presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A by the Minister for Finance. Annual report on the petroleum fund for the 2024 fiscal year. Honourable members, this refers to
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Collection and graduation of the African Union import levy for the 2024 fiscal year. Honourable members, this report is also duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. I now want to hear from the leaders. I saw the minority leader give an indication that he may want to have a word. Yes.
Ye levy betting tax near the don't him say a co.
Asempa FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa.
The part one was Mathematics. The part two is Force and it's very clear, Mr. Speaker. Under the economy that they complain about, the growth was 5.7%. And under the research economy, the growth is rather going down. You are projecting a 4-point-something growth. That is what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, the economy that they complain about left us with 4 months of import cover, and they are projecting under reset 3 months. Mr. Speaker, these are the very people who managed the economy up to 2016 and left us with some IPP debts. Today they are telling us that they are coming to renegotiate the very disaster they left us. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, we are not debating today. We are giving an indication. Honorable Minority Leader, please be guided by Order 91. Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Very, very guided by that. Mr. Speaker, I may read Order 91. Your statement was that you are not debating today. Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are not making comments on it. We are not going to make comment today. 91, Mr. Speaker, when he makes a statement, we are supposed to comment on it. Yes. Yes. So I'm saying that we are not going to engineer the comment today. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are not ready. We are ready, but we think they are not ready.
Minority
I'm
leader.
only going to give an indication. Mr. Speaker, let the minority leader enjoy his bona fides for this minute. Just relax, Mr. Speaker.
I only want to draw your attention to the fact that you can only make comments.
Very well.
And the comments not more than 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in commenting on this statement by the finance minister, it is clear to all of us in this chamber that today they decided to populate this chamber with their members only to come.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister for Finance did not talk about the population of the chamber. So that is not part of the statement of the minister. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that when the finance minister came to present his statement, for the first time after the inauguration, the swearing in, the majority side was heavily populated. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed what we can best describe as an Azar budget. Mr. Speaker, they are all much talked about for 24-hour economy. The president came here, they said it was all ready. The finance minister comes here, and again, the 24-hour economy policy is not included in his budget statement. Mr. Speaker, for this 24-hour economy policy. The minister tells us the policy will be brought later. Hey, at all. The policy will be brought later. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the jobs they promised the youth of this country was merely an Azar promise. Mr. Speaker, there is no inspiration from this budget. There is no hope in this budget. The repetition of the social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, and then the minister complained that some contracts at the road sector had no commencement certificate. Go to the Chain Homes Road. There is a road construction on the Chain Homes. There is a new road being constructed to the 10 rooms with a new runabout. There is no commencement. We did a search. There is no commencement. There is no PP approval. You are doing, Mr. Speaker, you are started construction.
Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Please. comments. I've given you a privilege. Don't abuse it.
Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude my comments by saying that whereas the Minister of Finance told us that there will be heavy sanctions against all those who go contrary to the PFM Act. Under his own administration, the Chain Homes Road is being constructed now. A new runabout is being constructed. Meanwhile, there is no commencement certificate. Meanwhile, there is no PPA approval. Mr. Speaker, the sanctions must start with his own ministers. Mr. Speaker, we are ready for our comments. We know they are not ready, but if the minister is going to stay, Mr. Speaker, let us start the comment on this budget statement here and now, because this Azam budget, we cannot allow it to get onto the shelves for Ghanaians to think that there is any hope. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be comment to expose them. Thank you very much.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader and I share something in common. We were both assemblymen. And when the Minister of Finance made the unprecedented announcement of a gargantuan sum of money for assemblymen, I saw the gleeful smile on his face. Unfortunately, it will not apply to ex-assemblymen. Mr. Speaker, this clearly is a budget of a government and a party that keeps its promises. Almost every promise that was made by John Dramani Mahama is being fulfilled in less than 120 days. This budget is a budget for Makola women. This budget is a budget for assemblymen. This budget is a budget for girls. This budget, sanitary pads, students, girls, students, sanitary pads, the sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, on this side have started using sanitary pads. Because the sanitary pads is for the female students. That's why I said girls. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget for school children. They will now get the set of textbooks that they need to study. And peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that delivers solid reforms. And this is a budget that is moving our growth from Galamsey growth to real growth. Mr. Speaker, by the time we finish implementing this budget, and by the time we finish implementing the three that will come after this one, Osunu Baya in Kitikiti. Osunu Baya in Kitikiti. Osunu in Kitikiti. To it, Mr. Speaker, the elephant will become small. Osunu Baya Kitikiti.
Majority Leader, the Minister for Finance did not talk about Osunu. So, Osunu is not part of the statement. Please.
Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to assure my friend, the minority leader, that the road at Chain Homes that is being done is not a new project. It's not a new project. So don't. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that gives hope to Ghanaians. This is a budget that will stabilize the economy. This is a budget that will create jobs for the youth of this country. Because this is a budget that will stabilize the economy and provide the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive and create jobs for the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, fishermen, Okada riders, taxi drivers, students, and the energy sector is going to be salvaged by the implementation of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Finance for making the statement and to assure my friend, the minority leader, that we are ready to debate their records and our records, and we are ready to demonstrate that the proposals contained in the statement of the Minister of Finance will indeed reset Ghana. Ghana is being reset. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, as I stated earlier on, this statement is not to be debated. You have to make comments on the statement. And to guide you, we are going to provide a few things for members because it's a transition. We used to debate budgets by making it a motion. Our standing orders from experience guided us to change it to a statement. And so last budget was a statement. And this one too is a statement. So it's a new field. And you need some guidance as to what to do during the course of that. If not, the Speaker will have a hell of trouble managing the House. So what we intend to do is to exhibit at the foyer budget statements since independence. You can go to the foyer and you get a budget statement since independence. also have soft copies of handouts of budget statements with the pictures of the various ministers of finance. They will all be on display for you to go and either have a picture view or request for a copy so that you can, at your own leisure, go through it yourselves. There is a viewing session now of what has happened today, and that one too is available as a side attraction. You can go and have access and view it. We believe that this will assist you, and as we do that, we may focus on some of you. And we particularly want to project the excellent inputs that our ladies make on the floor as part of the affirmative action, the law that we passed. So we will give the ladies a priority of place in this feature. So with this, honorable members, I will proceed, since we've not yet done 5 hours, to put a question. And then you decide whether we should adjourn or not. So I'm going to put the question. Honorable members, I will allow the leaders to move the motion. So I will call on the minority leader. The minority leader wants to move the motion for adjournment.
Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I believe that since 7th January, this is the first time the majority is entering this in full. So we can stay, we can do some 2 more hours of comments before we move the motion for adjournment. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the first time we are having a full house. So, Mr. Speaker, let's give them the opportunity to comment, especially those who are not regular in this chamber. So, once we are done, we can then move the motion to adjourn the House. Mr. Speaker, that is my humble prayer. I don't know whether they would agree, but if they are in a hurry to go back home, Mr. Speaker, I would therefore move that this House be adjourned to enable them to go back home.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the minority leader says is a reflection of the constitution of this site. It's testimony to the fact that when they are needed, they will be here. They will be here.
namum emfa akroye biakuye brejo tikronko ejino mumaye namum emfa akroye biakuye brejo tikronko ejino mumaye so kana binankoso kana betumpom enti mumaye so kana binankoso kana betumpom
Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen Bonsu Asempa Debrele mama Obi so
Asempa FM. Emraso ye Ekosiisen Jumedie no Ebremo. Check with your time 30 minutes after 2 live on Asempa FM. Yedemo Parliament Ekofa the reading of the 2025 budget statement no Ebremo. Na the Finance Minister of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Dr. Kesiel Atoforsen, the budget statement no atuja on behalf of His Excellency the President of the Republic. In Sembe na ewum ba samre yet na senafe ya doso budgeta yeti enu emo. The na we expect say we better wote ana say want mayentio. Let me hear from you your thoughts on the budget statement yenyina yekokotie ye on YouTube live. You can post your comments on a comment session on YouTube, a live stream no na fe yentio. What do you make of the budget were your expectations met? And now say Finance Minister and Shada me two expectations. Let's hear you. Now bit me send the message. Your WhatsApp number 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Na yentie de wo emayen 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. Let's hear you. Nafi yenhwe emfa details no emremo. Mamemfa seda emma ya boa for one hour boan me de Ekosiisen ebremo. Ye was Santina 74 Royal Kingdom Estate, Provident Insurance, Africa Queen Mackerel, Ecobank Ghana, Blue Star Lotto, Italian Solar Technology, Syntex Tank, Powerjet Batteries, Translight Solar, Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, and Atabia Herbal. Impanyifo na nyumekoi sorry na ebuan me de Ekosiisen ebremo. Enne ye Minister in charge of Agric, Food and Agric, ebetna se edin komona ya doso budget statement etodwa emo. Here we are, 2 members of Parliament will be joining us in studio. The Honorable Stephen Amoa, Doctor, Inshayeso Member of Parliament, will join us in studio. Na a discussion segment no the Abremo and another member from the NDC so will join us now anyone so etumi edi enkomo the benya MPs mienu e studio ha after yene Agric minister Ekosiise and you have to stay with us na yemfa de course in parliament no into me and for the whole of the week no we would focus a bit more on the budget statement. Yene stakeholders be brain abedin komo NSA will be speaking to quite a number of people, academics, experts in almost all the sectors are critical no yene experts no ebedi and komo bibia to tomunso will be speaking with the finance minister of the republic, the honorable Dr. Kessie Latofosen ewo dwumedie so enne mechre ewie ya mobeti finance minister enka ewo dwumedie so just to expand on some of the policy statements are ene oyeye na questions I will see ebusa for further and better particulars no yetumi ebusa no na or the sanchire mu nyina abrey I mean ene wakasa afa tax handles are buying a year free ho it of course the nipa bebre na expect based on promises are NDC a year in opposition and even in government no omasiama reassurances no the e-levy gone 1%, gone betting tax on winnings 10%, gone emissions levy, gone and what I think Oka said a beko but not now a COVID levy and it would get you further explanations on that for clarity's sake timelines nankasano day and it's uncommon he spoke about Neoma Oye to make sure that you benya regular source of funding for free senior high school and also for promise our edema yenua no more some disabilities for one tertiary education say be free okay and the for more mutie he made a point say obe on cap get fund. Now on Capi Get Fund, some 4.5 billion Ghana this will still be available as additional income, because already Sky Get Fund because when him say because of the Dachi PLC, which is Bosia Abinda Dano Eddie Get Fund, part of Get Fund Ekokoje. A car that was say about 10 billion Ghana cedis. Minister Chemua Abain just a in the central government will take over that debt about be a part of your debt as a country. Now what me a free Get Fund. In the Get Fund will have their full complement. No assign on cap. By doing that, there would be some 8+ billion Ghana cedis available for Get Fund. And no mubi. And a Get Fund better be 3 billion plus. And they actually free SHS. Now also heard of economic rent for mining companies based on the fact that gold bore iodine akosro and based on the Growth and Sustainability Act na economic rent a mining companies it try 1% a buying a pgm aqua 3% which they hope say the additional revenue and this is on the back of the fact that mining sector ne penny sector show some resilience and growth. All other sectors of our economy struggle into Osei gold price so from $2,200 per ounce to be $3,000 into a idea gold bua pejanimo and a buying also munya windfall at the efrimo and that's why tax on economic rent OPGM from 1% to 3%. And he also made a point say it was say reforms, general reforms of VAT, value added tax regime a yɛwɔ yɛ man no mu sisia no ɔse ehia reforms na bebree na etumi aboa based on which and because COVID levy a part of VAT intino after the reforms then he would be in the position to take it out. That's my understanding from what I heard. And Sadema will get further and better particulars. Also, tax handles bear and 9 and I say miensa a free honor. The question I need to be brand necessary and no free wa a crime na buying air faso enya revenues to plug that hole. He makes the point from what I heard say tax refund account ewo hono eya na sika ekom and abinda dano some percentage of your total revenues and omudi good tax refund account name in the sebase omo me you says can ordinarily I was said that money ever back to government chest but now ochiremu abinda dano use says can be the other things and he would make sure says our tax refund account no sika ebe kemu bia no would be money ebe accrue to central government into no your revenue edaho because say omo ye accounting na that revenue no a negative abine revenue omo mfanka abine revenue so because tax refund account no sika ebe kom no nye abine dia properly so called your man for a triato based on the tax I'll be filing time I'll be filing no na abine ama some refund in the sika abine tifri ni sikem at the top that account nim dedicated for tax refund in the base omo enusua and I say anya tax refund na ama man for that money is available to the state and he believes say sas can ebe ka ebe ba mine ne ho no na etimi aba be pluck hole taxes are all year free hono a bit me equity again based on what we heard no that's my understanding and based on the Revenue Administrations Act 815 very interesting budget on the whole but minim dia wonso adwen e chose dem aka enne will be speaking to the finance minister himself KCL Atofos and Dr. Ewo Jumedie Yisona wamayen inchiremu eyi na yahwe se de nioma ebesi akọ and then the Agric minister also will join us cabinet minister na fiene na adoso other sectors budget no ebobo so no emo ye na afa the discussion segment no abremo but when him say there was this profound statement on get fund and how ombe used to get fund sikani be to fund free SHS to fund free tertiary for PWDs abaying so make a commitment with just cut was what they taught sanitary part at the yema eco school up to senior high school level ene ade mamene Dr. Peter Pate Anti on the executive director ma Institute for Education Studies IFES in the enkomo doc Ekosiisen so ne akwaba na apom te saying Nyame adom ye ho ye papa enti one big thing I hear from the budget ene a buying plan on funding free SHS going forward. Minister Nichiremua get fund will be uncapped and say uncapped get funder. Additional income capping it take it away no ebeba. Also Dachi PLC a year bosia a binder than the get fund Ekosiise On Asempa a buying air fasa no it was also free additional money for get fund for other infrastructural projects in education. Good news, and now free say and shut down koye papa.
I think that Asempa because one of the biggest challenges of the QSS policy in account over the years is the sustainability of the policy in terms of its funding. We have said so many times debt funds needed to be uncapped so that we'll be able to release funds to support some of these things that the government needs, especially in terms of infrastructure provision. because of the presence of the double track now, it's an infrastructure challenge issue. If we're able to expand infrastructure, we will be able to admit more people and then move off from the transition calendar now, GES run. And to finally realize that fund has been untapped, a good news for us in the education sector. And I think the idea to use part of that money to support free senior high school welcoming because in all the analysis that we have done, we have seen that it is because there is no constant stream of income that goes straight to funding the CSHS. That is why we have seen all the time the policy have encountered. So Get Fund is a lever at every point in time. They are limited to ever back. So if government is struggling with its finances, when you are buying one or two, three things, they are Get Fund levy on it you are paying, and that money is constantly going to the government. And as if we are going to use it to fund CSHS, it means that we have been able to identify a sustainable, constant stream of income to support the GOG funds now, only the ABS we are thinking, sir, ABS will be looked at again. Some Branumu Katra, you basically always a part of it, to fund the free senior high school policy. If you're able to do these two things, of course, you are doing a good fund now. If you're able to look at the law of the ABSA again, because it does not make funding education compulsory. It says areas like a priority. And fortunately, all governments have used education as a priority area and then health. So we are thinking that the law should be amended so that we have ABSA also designated to support the funding of the free senior high school policy. If we do these two things, the funding challenge is solved. And I say that about 90% of the challenges of the free senior high school policy is funding. So if we are able to do this, then we are streamlining the policy and we are going to benefit from the impact of the policy as a country.
The other thing would be, say, yes, I mean, now the funding source, I clear. The other thing would be government paying, that attention to, well, mostly I had with statutory funds, and they say, yes, the collections will be done, buying sabekeskano, but paying into that statutory fund, now akwakoye another issue altogether. We've had that with NHIS, said they be an abaya jeje, but giving the money to NHIS is also another problem. Did you get a sense this time around the minister Emma any sense yes, yeah, on copy Get Fund there, but the monies will go for Get Fund to use it for a Jume also Modeye?
It's an interesting point, in fact, we will need to keep the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance on their toes in respect of this, because you have said it. Normally, you hear these things, but then when it comes to allocation, it becomes a problem. So I agree with you. I think the commitment is there. You see the demeanor of the minister, the demeanor of the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance. You see that commitment is there. In fact, when we met with the Minister of Education even indicated that there will be some, percentages that will be even put on when Get Fund is on cap. There will be some percentage that will be put to the basic level to ensure that their challenges are also addressed. So it seems that these things are thought through well by them. We are just hoping that they will live by their words and ensure that there is constant disbursement of funds to fund the free senior high school policy. And I think this one, we all have to keep them on their toes and constantly remind them that we need to do what they have said they have done. They need to do what they have said they are going to do.
Very well. My other question on education, this thing on sanitary pads for young girls at eco schools. I will share the budgeted amount now over 200 million Ghana cedis to procure sanitary pads for students. Is it a major issue from what you know?
it is a major issue. It is a major issue. I think 2 years ago we did a study with the Girls Excellence Movement. This is an NGO that works with girls in senior high school, and I was the lead consultant for that particular project. And if you see the kind of challenge that the girls are going through in terms of this issue of menstruation and other, you would really applaud the Minister of Finance for putting this through and of course by the government. This is a very major issue. In fact, I remember in 2016 a similar policy was about to be initiated. There were challenges with it, and I think it didn't see the light of this. I'm so happy that this has been announced and monies are going to be allocated to provide sanitary pads for our girls in the various, those who are menstruating. You look at most of the NGOs that support girls' education, and a chunk of their budget goes into providing girls with sanitary pads. So if this is going to be done, it means that they are going to even have a release sense of their budget and then focus on other things. Mm-hmm. So this is a good initiative. It should be applauded and should be supported by all, because it is a big issue in girl education, and I think that this is perfect. It's extremely perfect.
Wow. Now, and no, so no meaning say Afibia there was say yeah budgetary allocation Emma sanitary parts, no, right?
Exactly. I think that there was even an advocacy for the removal of the taxes on sanitary pads. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
So it's been a big issue over the years, and I think every year we will need to do that. Maybe we should move a step further and then find ways and means to produce some of these things within the county, and then also remove the taxes that are on it, so that apart from the young girls, the adults who are also having challenges, these same issues would be a little bit when it comes to the purchase of these things. But as I said, this is a very good thing that we are doing for the girl child in our educational system, and it will go a long way to help them.
Oh, okay. Finally, is there any other thing about education? I would say I heard procurement for curriculum for Nkwalao said then. I don't know if I got it right, but what was it about, Mepacho?
Yeah, there was the government is they want to buy textbooks for the basic schools.
Okay.
I think that it's an issue that we have to. They need the textbooks, all right. But the government have also indicated that they are going to review the basic school curriculum. So I don't know how they are going to balance the two. If you are going to buy textbooks now and within the year or probably next year you are going to review the curriculum and you are going to introduce new things, then it means that within next year you still have to buy another set of textbooks and the current ones will not be useful. There's been a challenge with textbooks in our public basic schools, which is a fact. But I think that we have to look at it carefully and see when do we intend to review the curriculum, and then we will know whether we have to buy now or we have to wait till a later date. One of the things that I think is not sustainable, and I've made this point clearly on other platforms, is that no fees, that first year thing.
First year university, you know.
Yeah, it would be not sustainable. I think that we are already tasked up in education sector. There are so many areas that demand the government attention in terms of funding. The way and manner in which we have packaged this academic first year policy, I think that it cannot continue for a long period of time. Of course, it's in the manifesto, so they would want to do it in the first year. But going forward, we suggest that money should be channeled through the student loan system, so that those students who would want to access it will go through that particular channel. We should not make the mistake of senior high school, whereby we did the whole 3 month journey and paying for everybody, and that has been a burden on us. In this policy, we are suggesting that we ensure that those who really need it would apply with the admission letters, and then they are giving the loan or a grant in that form. If you apply, you get it. If you don't apply, there's no need for you to even there's no need for us to even count you as part of it. I also think that the allowance system now allocating money with this. But the government should be telling us that in the coming academic year, those students will also be giving the same enhanced student loan as has been suggested by the Minister of Education. I think these are things that should be clear with the direction going forward. Else, the very moment you want to take it off, it will become a political challenge for you. And I think that the parties make clear in terms of the no fee issue, and then the student allowance, teacher allowance, and nursing allowance, the better it will be for the government.
In fact, for that policy on no fee stress, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis and are allocated for this year. You recall, so when the promise was made, Education Watch, for example, back of the envelope calculation, because government would need some 400 million Ghana cedis every year to deal with that, and 400 million really and that much buying to every year.
Bobby, and then the match, so it's always about opportunity cost. That 200 million can
do a lot of things.
Over 200 schools from free.
Yeah.
Provide very good educational environment for our kids in rural areas who are being treated like they are not part of the educational system in Ghana. So that is a priority. So if you take, let's say, 50% of this money to student loan, and then add that if you get admission, like we all see on social media, people get admission, they are not getting money, they put their admission letters out, people are contributing to support them. If you are one of those people, go through the student loan system and then get this kind of support from the government. I think it will, at least if we are having 100 people, almost 50 people would not want to go through that particular process. And then we need that we are seeing to also support the other areas of education system that need urgent attention. Your platform with media, there's a lot of work that you are doing with schools and the trees on all those things. And we see these things, and we are paying fees for people who ideally would be able to pay their fees, and they are not requesting that we support them. If you want support, you go through the system, produce your application letter, and then go through the student loan system, and then pay the money to the institution so that you can have your education. But to pay for all as we have done it's not sustainable, and very soon it will come back to harm.
Meda say, Doc, Bibi any Ebesia Babidin Komobio. Why? Dr. Peter Anti-Party, and as a party anti, Executive Director ma I first, and Namotezi and Eddie and Komo. Ekosiisen so it's also a budget statement. Finance Minister Eddie there is a whole chapter, if you want, on 2025 allocations to key policy initiatives and interventions from paragraph 194 Ede Baba BC paragraph 222 Nina on allocations to the various policy initiatives and interventions NDC are buying editor Ghana for NM and the gold board and I nominate a lawyer Sami Jemfi Edi Hong Komo Ewaha now Castle more train budget and allocation are buying the Bema to start buying gold, from the Ghanaian gold market into and when they say, are buying extra $279 million, the city equivalent of $279 million for gold board, a revolving fund. And also Mudidija Uto gold na waton na mfaswaba na fund you keep it going in a revolving fund. No much they should be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small scale miners. To any illegal miner on count, small scale miners, 3 tons per week, $279 million. And Osha big push in so much more allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for big push. Okay. And Medicare can no fees stress so 499 million Ghana cedis. sanitary parts they are near Kahwasemi 292.4 million Ghana cedis for purchase and distribution of free sanitary parts. And I will share Akosombo Dam spillage victims are a ball some in the Volta region, a BOT region, some part of Bono regions, no, and also na buy 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support victims, no. Oshe tidal wave disaster Nansaya Eba wo Agaveji Volta regional minister Ekoda Epuano Ewohui eno nso na ban 200 million Ghana cedis e de kwakoboa yenuanu mewuki to south. Other allocations, no, Medical Get Fund and what government want to do with the uncapping of Get Fund and how much resources they be free Ediama Abai to deal with other exigencies. Oshe curricular based textbooks are Abai HR 564.6 million Ghana cedis to provide free curricular based textbooks from KG to primary to JHS in Yinan Sabeka textbooks no ebi. Osha school feeding programmer Abaya make budgetary provision okay, so it's been increased from 1.344 billion to 1.788 billion in 2025, a 33% increment in school feeding program allocation. And would mean say an increase in the feeding cost per meal per child per day. Inti ende you know ye mai wo school no say okone ye ma na aduane per day ye spend 1 cedi 50 pesos e wa akwala bia ho. Inti akwala na aduane obedi no 1 cedi 50 pesos aban kiremu a wa pagem e de akọ 2 cedis. Inti akwala bia aduane no e be ye 2 Ghana cedis eno no 1.788 billion Ghana cedis na ban etwa ede ato capitation grant and so aban kiremu wa pagem by 73.2% from 84 million to 145 million for capitation grant. Oshe teacher training allowance aban kiremu a wetwa 203 million Ghana cedis ato for teacher training allowance and nurses nso no 480 million. Another nurses ne do so see teacher for nurses a school do see teacher for that's a nursing training colleges na be do so pa. Okay, ede mayenkwa homa ne so mrana fe memeto asona location in common yenni. Dr. Edu Owusu sa akode senior lecturer ewo economics department University of Ghana. Me no eni Commodore akwa be Ekosiisen so ni.
Yeah, me nya me just mo na
apomu ye de
na me na dom bibia e kama mo so ye de
nyame adom utimi tie budget na menim what in the budget na jump out at you like Ote, I was say, wow, wait here. Bibisa, Ote, Bibisa.
Well, over the years, you know, over budget, now there's a 2 manifesto, then the court and people so budget now we read the manifesto, the amount of direction can crack. And she almost imagine a number of promises to more campaign, or more manifesto, they will implement it. It reminds me of what NDP did in 2017. Where they were still bent on trying to fulfill all the promises in 2017, the ones they put in their manifestos. I'll have free teachers per se 20. And a similar trend, and I will move to take it. Manifesto promises in the almost first budget, or one try implement it. And the abolishment of certain taxes, women development bank, and a number of promises, so manifesto in Omaya. Of course, just to consolidate their base in terms of politics. So they might start one can say, oh, Asempa ya kind of crowd, no, they are chance time, and I am not going to come. And on the promises in the Omaye. Another thing that's striking me is the kind of arrears that almost honestly, I was so surprised. Not surprised, but say no credit because this kind of areas shouldn't be something that we should be confronted with. Another thing is tracking and so also tax number abolition.
Yes.
We were always thinking of how to replace it. And I would say reduce the tax refund by 2 percentage points.
Yes.
And that will be a saving of about 3.8 billion, which is enough to cover the tax that they want to abolish. But I did one catch up the abolition of COVID-19 levy.
And what he said about that, there would be VAT you say they are putting together a team which team will be announced to review VAT reforms. I was say about a VAT regime and when they are done with that then they can take out COVID-19 levy.
But I mean, sure to be taken out because even before the presentation of the budget, I maintained the position that more need COVID-19 pre-ho because COVID-19 might about 2.2 billion cedi, which is able to finance about 70% of the PSHS.
And also, was COVID-19 giving us more than all the other tax handles from a year free honor?
Yes.
Okay.
All put together. COVID-19 was giving us more than all put together.
Oh, okay.
And your moment, no more they come NHIS. A beer or more they be a 40% call NHIS, no more than 60% call for healthcare infrastructure, facility development. Because none of Yana health minister can say a buying agenda 111, there's a financing deficit. Until tax handler, I'm always got and I'll be here free. Until the position so monkey no more they can rename it, change the name from COVID-19 to another name, maybe a health related levy or something, and keep it. Until let's see what they will do there. Other things I mean and so a growth projection, the year I'm working numbers and I mean I thought I might be in here project a lower figure because if 2024 ended with 5.7% as Ghana Fiscal Service XA. Now, we'll pick it from 5.7. Now, over my 4.8 yeah. Not just about 4.0. That's about from Kaka group rate now about from. Matthias there because me share our expenditure now. Revenue growth about 20.3%. From 186 billion in 2024 to 223.8 billion in 2025. That's about 20.3% growth. Meanwhile, we expenditure also better expenditure also from 279.2 to 269.1. That is a negative growth. And once the revenue grew positive of 20.3%, and expenditure rather will grow negative, which means that the actual value will be lower in 2025 than 2024. This explains the low growth rate projection. After the Matthias here, and here's another thing. A best strike here, a bit more of a highlight of the 2025 budget.
Oh, okay. But I think the major takeaway, the only probably been share name na the various tax handles are buying ABE free ho. Are buying a year for, of course, COVID-19 levy, is still there. Or mama reasons why. As to say Ghana for ebejisa reasons, that to me another conversation altogether. But the other 3 or 4 no more year free hono. Now we'll share the alternative. Too bad. Doka homanatiko would get him back now fe yeneno etumi atwa so Ekosiisen suni ehaya Asempa 94.7 FM utiena wa adwenchira 0548 443 523 your WhatsApp number and 0548 443 523. Doc intinami busa se we share alternatives are buying the budget we mu say enobema omo revenue to plug the whole so taxes are year free obe create are they feasible inti yes then the probably be name say tax refund account no ewo ho na adwen share dan course papa say aban betimenye skasa e de free mu from what you know no bibi e betime de ho ato so say ebema yin sika to plug the whole eba beda ho no
Okay, when now it's just a hopeful situation, sir. Okay, on the position is that the refund was abused. And therefore, if you cap it here or reduce the rate now, the abuse will go. Also, you know, you can't say from betting time now, say, cut the waste. Just cut the waste, you know, waste will not work. But or cut the waste, let me tell you, say, how much is the cutting going to save us? The monetization of the cutting of the waste, you know, is always problematic. And so, with your question in regards to the tax refund now, the monetization is a bit difficult. You know, ultimately found sense to say way there. But also projected about 3.8 billion. And you ultimately say you're half crack still lie more as a country. Half will be maybe roughly 1.9 or so. I am mocha. But and no I hang rock a crack so because it's not too sure. It's not giving us so much of an assurance. Say we may saving say. And even if you succeed by half, which is 1.9 billion, which is still okay to make up for the difference. Idea making I didn't estimate I know the boy tax on mining company tax now why increase from 1% to
3%. No, economic tax, no, yeah.
Yes, I know the bit my revenue. I think I mentioned how much are not giving ya. And now media modeling and I share how much you by increasing the rate. You know, media offer me. You know, they mean saying figure beyond for me sense to say this but me sure that my work more figures, but an increasing the tax rate in the Ubenya. And I'm mining,
but and also no economic economic rent tax no. Now me sure say ad valorem tax and but I understand say a fixed tax. But it is based on gold prices as you see akosro. And the minister made a point say moving from $2,200 to $3,000 per ounce.
Yes.
If the reason why he introduces this adjustment 1% to 3%, say gold born eba for more, what happens? Or we can rely on the projections from all the players in the sector. Say gold born might not come down anytime soon. Esroa nebeko into this tax no will be a safe, easy making money for the government.
Yes. I'm saying the gold price now for the next short to medium term. I'm the gold price now
okay.
And the fear said about for no anyhow. Secondly, you can the value of gold two angles, both the price and the production. Ghana and Super production cost last year in 4 million ounces of gold. I'm Ghana to say overtaking South Africa. You're number one producer of gold in Africa, and I think number 6 in the whole world. And if we are leveraging your gold, your natural resource, and your more tax, your more revenue. I would say that they are not doing command natural resources. I want to scanning good. IMF document to crack as there, natural resources will grow by 12% averagely. And area in your economy, okay, GDP growth, no, so don't go free mining. In the area, more growth, no. I wonder what's the taxing, and the revenue generating potential of mining, no, very high. In the whole also more do on each day. Look at them, I think I am far income, royalties, no, young double. Now, earlier on, I make us a Kobe COVID-19 free wire. COVID-19 levy, any royalties now in free minerals, almost the same.
Okay.
Almost the same. My main figures in so 2022 COVID-19 my 1.6. Royalties of minerals except oil, 1.8. So 1.6, 1.8.
Okay.
2023 COVID-19 my 2.1. Minerals royalties my 2.8. 2024 projection here 2.2 for COVID-19 and 1.98 for royalties. Until COVID-19 secure the money and royalties for minerals almost the same. Until COVID-19 and I'm proposal and say all double royalties. Now royalties is about 5%, over 10% and 15%.
Yeah, but and also no don't you think, sir, the risk in that might create this sense Ghana is not a safe place for doing business, more like because also the incident of adjustment would be on the profit of these mining companies. Also, yes. It is a increasing. Then this whole thing about and Ghana business, right? Because already corporate tax, royalties, payee for almost staff and all of that. Are those not also part of considerations are buying having recourse to all the variables before them?
Yes, I agree with you. So about negotiations. So on think I say 15 months. We are the 15 to my normal I buying 15 days minch and I'm 12 and I'm 11. Not negotiations are cost. But on them or you sell profitability in the mini sure to affect the profitability because mining companies to car almost you or my mono and it's got to do what do you think they are still here? Think I move can't come yeah. And how you happen? I mean, you are number one producer of gold in Africa. So, we bet me have block for most kakra. We bet me have flavor most kakra because you go to Newa. And you also see any other Congo, no share Niger, no here Burkina Faso. Now, oh, you have good Kenya, no Ghana. That's a beer. Burkina Faso royalties are 2%, but Ghana they are 15%. But our production here beer 2 million ounces and 1 million ounces. Or back Ghana, we have 5 million ounces. So, into profit margin, they will always take all this into consideration. But at the end of the day, and you say you are Pamo be and I say the high and you be said 15 who bet you a challenge for them. The approach must be different. So and Yanam Munimsa are some out of Ghana. If you can some in May and she wants to more sector idea. The Tinia Yajimo can't see Yajimatha money and for story brave. Do the friend yes negotiation said I don't know a fight, but young to call be a say. Also, what the two tables, so no more question modeling, no more so I buy. Okay, I say into court 10 and 15. By 18, you bet you are 8. 10, no. And approach, should be more diplomatic than more aggressive way.
The other thing, on port duties, no, OTB fahon.
Yeah, ports, dear, man, said that and never be also because also manifesto no more some of the charges in our ports,
Yeah.
And as I say, low ports are more competitive than Madiano. And she might say that this I'm after that me ready budget, maybe I should talk on baby after that maybe. The group of the can me ready.
Okay.
In terms of the about only reading you not your home baby, but for the speech any highlights in their mind, shut down anything from there. But I'm sure that this simplification of the tax system and using digitization to raise revenue, a port system, and you simplify our banking. So on card, I'm sure that good for a person in that things now on your baby and I'm sure so.
Very well. Doc, Mama Yenas said you can ugu share budget niminti yebeja uria maybe we can have a comprehensive conversation. Why? Yeah, that's a plan. I mean, sure. Dr. Edu Ususa Kodie, a senior lecturer economics department at University of Ghana, Legon. More am I joining on YouTube, no? Let's know your thoughts. Na min KB M5. I just did a post on Facebook, say among phone share when I join about budget the theme for the budget as announced by the finance minister resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Na utie Nkofwe follow me on Facebook on my page Osei Bonsu Obi. Collins Egan says, Obi, what about COVID tax? Yes, and I can't wasem. So COVID tax was not taken out. Minister Chimwa, that would happen later. But for now, the be part of reform. Some people reform VAT, and then when that is done, they can take COVID levy out. For now, COVID levy will still be on our books. Where say Obi Paxman Usu, a well-calculated attempt to alleviate the burden of Ghanaians. Bright Asare says, Obi, very good, but I did not hear about the government giving license back to the collapsed banks by the previous government. And on a more of a regulatory issue, and yet a fiscal policy if you want in the Bank of Ghana for decisions and now we'll see how that one would pan out. Ma meaning Komo Emra, founding president of Imani Africa, Ora Franklin Kujo, Mianeno and Komo too bad. Franklin Ahomano article where the lines getting back na fianeno etumi atwaso into moma yen Shannon so Asempa FM so in ma main kind more messages the kaka we say Obi good morning there's somebody okay some from New York and my main Franklin yes Franklin akwa ba Ekosiisen saying soni
good afternoon
adumo na bibi aboko yeah Meteo Nkache but I read your post after Finance Minister presented budget who say we're a breath of fresh air. Why is that? Adentia.
In fact, to be frank with you, I thought, listening to the budget was a bit more international. You could relax and actually listen to a budget being read, which explains things slowly. The right words are used. There are no many jargons and very simple language. You felt that this obviously budget has a different tone. And if you look at the items now he's dealing essentially with, well, he tells you what the outcome is going to look like. He tells you what has happened already in the outcome. He tells you what is likely to happen. And then he goes immediately into what they want to do, right? And the things from person very simple stuff. We allocate this, we allocate that. You hardly hear opportunities to increase taxes. In fact, apart from the I think the royalty. I think the mineral. Yeah.
The economic rent tax.
Sorry.
The one for the mining companies.
Yeah, the one for the mining companies.
Okay.
We can argue about the merits and demerits of it, but apart from that, you really did not see any attempt to basically burden the Ghanaian. Rather, the master stroke, what I saw essentially was trying to say, okay, all these taxes that we promised to abolish can be taken care of if we look carefully at the way the tax refund pot is handled. And I've got very, very close, not close, but detailed information about the way some of those funds have been utilized. I mean, it's been pillaged, basically pillaged by him, and it's worrying. And to share, it just doesn't make sense. Anyway, I didn't see that coming. The point I'm making is I didn't even see that coming. Obey Yuzu, he reduced the tax refund rate, and then use that as a basis to, if anything, cancel out the effect of these three taxes. And you see, apart from, he didn't give us a year-on-year cash savings from the tax refund. I'm sure you're pushing that, you're banya. But the sensible point he makes is that, look, the tax refund thing is being abused and it's giving a single figure. About 46% of the fund was abused in a single year. and I'm living with me. But there was a judgment that was 95 million judgment that I think the West Blue thing was paid from that fund. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
So you recklessly break contract and then just go and pillage a fund because the money is there. So it tells you that the tax refund thing itself has to be looked at carefully. Anyway, I suspect that he should be also looking at tax exemption because I suspect that's also another conversation to have. But the general point about the fresh air, look at the tone of the budget. And you see, this is a smart man because he's a politician, first of all, and he also understands the finances of the country. So this is a political economy, well-brewed person who knows exactly how to yield to support targets to certain constituencies and give them what they want.
Yeah.
What do Ghanaians want? You take taxes, you do whatever you want to do. Give me free parts. They are doing that. Other countries are doing it, right? He says he's going to give you the president teacher training. So those allowances, I disagree. But in some regard, well, it's not a settled debate. Say, okay, maybe these people need support, nurses need support, and it's taking care of that. Then he goes to tell you, say, 13 billion to what's it called, the big push. By the way, the big push, that one I have a little challenge there. It's not up to $1 billion, but we need to understand exactly why that part of the money, what exactly is going to fund, because we need to know that. Okay, that's very important. Okay. So for me, the general tone of the budget, and it didn't spend more than an hour and a half.
Yeah, an hour and a half. Yes.
Yeah. So so this is a real budget. This is the way a budget is supposed to be. Basically, if you are presenting a budget to, and you don't need all those. You don't need all those too many words and jargons and all of that stuff. That's a pressure.
One other thing, I think you made some point there. Our tax refund account, reducing it from 6% to 4%. No, the minister says potentially it will generate 0.3% of our GDP, which is some 3.5 billion. I know bit to take care of the three taxes now where you at your free honor, but the elephant in the room would be the COVID levy. The minister says, of course, I mean we know, we share three tax handles now where you free honor. Oka the generating my in abomua. It doesn't come anywhere close to COVID levy. No, COVID levy is giving us some over 2 billion. Every year. The minister says because I am part of VAT, he would want to start a whole new exercise to reform the VAT regime, and make it a proper input and output tax rather than what we have now, a sales tax. When that is done, then he can comfortably take out COVID, which is 1%. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, well, I don't know, to be frank, he's been a bit smart and probably faster in trying to cool one over our eyes. But you see, because of the intricate nature of the VAT system, the way the current VAT system is, it's just daunting. It's so difficult to disentangle this tax, basically the COVID thing, from the entire VAT arrangement. So I think he has a perfect explanation. Now look, this COVID thing, I don't like it, but at the same time, if I take it out now, it distorts the entire VAT arrangement as we have. So he's right in some regard that look, I'll take care of it, but please, right now, let's fix the entire VAT system. And I think we can't punish him too much for that. And I think he needs to do that before he can say, I've taken this tackle. Because to be fair, most business people complain that look, the VAT, the input thing, it just doesn't make sense to do some of them. It's difficult. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Would you equate this budget to Ken Ofori-Attah's first budget in 2017? Because and also evoke the same reactions. That was also positive in terms of the impact on the Ghanaian people.
Well, that's true. The only challenge at the time was that because they packed a lot of these, the first budget 2017 was better actually. There was a second one that started packing things together and then making it difficult for us to assess how we're going to assess our money. And so you are right. In some regard, it gives some hope. But what happens in this case is that, so these guys have been in power before. They've seen all the challenges. And it's come back to say, okay, look, the things they promised, they are targeting and making sure that people actually believe in them because they are delivering them. And I think it's a clever and a smart way. He's not burdening himself too much by saying that even though there's going to be a budget deficit, he's saying, look, I'm not ready to raise taxes too much on everybody. I like to make sure that people are very well taken care of. The three taxes I want to I've taken away will bring you some money, disposable income for you to do anything you want. In fact, I've seen the other argument being made by, I think, one of my friends in the minority, that he didn't talk about the likely increases in petrol, electricity. And I said, well, this is economics. If I'm giving you taxes, 3 tax handles free, well, it presupposes that at least if these are likely increases in some other, at least you'll be able to also take care of some of this. And I think, look, for me, yes, I understand people should criticize, but I'm just saying, sir, to be frank with you, this is the first time I've seen a budget, I've listened to a budget that makes me feel relaxed, understand. A little basic students of economics, people who don't even understand economics, can take the budget and understand because of the way it is written, the way it was presented, and how true it is. It is really humane.
I know your philosophical position when it comes to social interventions.
Right.
So what's your budget way more? The government, in an attempt to cut waste, ECA say the development authorities, for example, will be scrapped in this coastal belt, middle belt, northern belt, gone. You start 1D, 1F, all of those things, would be scrapped. And also announce some social interventions into free tertiary education for persons with disabilities, no academic fees for first-year tertiary students, and for all of these, I'm making budgetary allocation for free textbooks for JHS and primary students, some 564 million Ghana cedis allocated, school feeding budget increasing by 33%, free sanitary pads for school girls, 292 million Ghana cedis, free primary health care, which is the Mahama Cares program, and they cover essential health services. These and many others are the specific social interventions a budget we announce here. Good or bad from where you stand?
To be fair, I think these are tangible. You see, the challenge with some of the ones we've had in the past, and I say, they are too nebulous. You're packing BBR, one this, one that, one that. You can't really you can't pinpoint exactly what the impact will be, even if it is money allocated for enterprise or whatever. You don't even know what the head and tail of it. But these guys are saying, well, like we promised this for students, they can feel it, they can access it. PWDs can access it. Which are the other ones you mentioned? But
PWDs, free sanitary pads.
Yeah, free sanitary pads.
Yes.
You can actually live it. You can see it. So even though it may sound like it's not even populist, these are real issues. I mean, sometimes when you get close to some of these development issues, then you begin to realize that look, we need to change the way we do development. And so for me, it's direct. And people can feel it, and we can also track. You see, because it's easier for us in the media and social society to track exactly what the impact of these things will be. But the beauty of it all is that he's not raising any taxes. I don't know how much tax. I don't know. I don't think, apart from the fact that we are waiting for the rationalization.
Yes.
To be frank with you, I didn't see any tax increase apart from
the only tax is the economic rent tax for the mining companies, 1% to 3%. And umpono tax that he is increasing the threshold. Yeah.
Exactly.
But my other bit here, this election was fought on unemployment, a major issue. In this budget, government plan for job creation. Number one, the Ghana Labour Export Program into structured migration for Ghanaian workers abroad. Number two, I heard industrialization through the 24-hour economy, promoting made in Ghana goods. Mete Women's Development Bank, some 51.3 million Ghana seed capital allocated.
Which is very small.
Okay. Mete National Apprenticeship Program, 300 million Ghana cedis allocated. National Coders Program, 100 million Ghana cedis investment in digital skills. Where more of like job creation policies. Are these what we need?
They feel like they are not really new. There's still these bits and pieces, but maybe we should have heard a bit more on the 24-hour thing. Unfortunately, he says that there's a document being prepared, and so we'll probably hear where all those details will be. But for a budget that doesn't want to assume too much, it looks as if these are modest approaches. I don't think it will make a significant dent on the unemployment situation in the country. I don't think it will even get to tackle 2 or 3% of the unemployment system that rate that we have right now. These interventions are they are modest. They are too modest. But it looks to me the 24-hour thing maybe will give us some flesh,
a bit more details. Information. Very well. Enra Mekaiwo speech at the economic dialogue, no, and for a participant of the dialogue, no, listening to the budget, did you feel this whole thing around the economic dialogue, no, in your reflection in this budget, Anna?
Well, I can only say, there was more emphasis on public sector reform stuff, which essentially public financial management aspect. The finance minister was quite insistent on that. My only worry with the approach again is that there's the same approach. And if you read I'm sure you read our so-called stewardship. I think that it's about time we change, probably invest the whole thing properly. Instead of this command control, we'll make sure you've been doing this gift means, you've been doing this Ganeps thing. It's been going on for eons. Right now, he says he wants to establish an independent value command, something that is good, because I know we had a hand in that, by the way. But the point really is that you need to be sure that you have to change the culture of accepting accountability when it comes to public financial management. Unfortunately, he's going down the same path, and I don't think it helps, because these people who work with the PFM systems actually have more information than you. Contract for sale. It's my friend, but it was a clear case of the principal agent conflict. The principal being the minister of the government who has employed this PPA guy. The guy knows so much. He knows how to wriggle his way out of, and then sells contract. You can do whatever you want. You can talk. If you are lucky, you get. If you are not lucky, you can. But they have so much information. So what about co-creating the entire thing together with them? They sign performance contract from day one. They work with almost all their subordinates and understand that no decision will be taken if we are not part of the decision making. And when you look at that approach, which has brought a lot of good results for countries like Singapore and Rwanda, you tend to believe that, look, maybe the best way to crack corruption within the public sector system, looking at the public financial management controls we have, is to change the approach from top-down command control, Asempa 1 year, I'll do this, to rather working out the whole thing from the ground up. So the finance minister or a minister and the chief director commits to the process. Because the same vision that we want to attain 0 or 5%, maybe little challenges with the procurement in a particular ministry. How do we work towards attaining that? Then they sign up to that vision. They radically sign up to open data and transparency. That look, let's have all the data about all the competing contracts. Let's look at them together. We assess it. Then they go back to a town hall. This can be happening everywhere in the country. It can be in Accra. It can be. And then, by the way, this model is useful for district executives as well. You work with the people. You have a town hall. You have a physical and virtual one. People who are interested can log on and watch exactly what is happening and say, we committed to 5% or 70% reduction in procurement fraud. How are we getting there? After that, they do a poll. After 6 months, they review it and then say, we are not meeting our target. What can we do to change it? By the end of the year, we would have had the results. The president comes, the finance minister comes, he meets with the various actors within the public financial management space and say, we saw that this district or this municipality Uba Modimpa, performance contract, this is your chapter, you've done well. Look, I believe strongly to radically change the whole concept of corruption in this country. This happened in Rwanda. Look at the Imihigo concept, IMIHIGO. The World Bank has even written a good piece about it. Within 10 years, it's moved Rwanda's GDP from 3.2 billion to 8.7 billion and half poverty in that country. Performance contract based on what I call the principle of shame.
Yes.
You yourself will be ashamed. You realize that I don't know okay also want to me then something really changed. In Rwanda, by the way, the last point I want to make of this concept, when the district, first of all, Rwanda had 130 something districts. They collapsed all of them into 30 so that they can manage them well. Wow. So when they started the Vision 2020, 5 years into it, they realized that they are wasting their time. Then somebody whispered to them that can't you go back to your old illegal ancient system of accountability, where together with leadership from the bottom up, we all work together, create a vision together. We yield to a milestone where we get rated, and by the end of the year or a term, you yourself realize in 2 years there was a 75% turnover of mayors in Rwanda. And by the way, we can discuss this much later. But I think it's a radical approach to we call that Atimani stewardship. And we think that we can revitalize this economy by using the stewardship model to reduce corruption and collusion in public office.
Very well. Franklin, my say, and me permanent besan so din komobio. Why? That's Franklin Kujo, President Imani Africa, and Amotezi and no din komo. Ekosiisen suni, a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. We are picking reactions from the 2025 budget statement presented presented on behalf of His Excellency by the Finance Minister. We say Obi, this is the Asempa budget for everyone, especially nurses and teachers, and salary for assemblymen. That be no salary allowances for assemblymen. Uka salary there is was a buying so obetua snake in there was allowances for assemblymen. But so we thank God for a new Ghana without kinky parties, e-levy cakes, and pension haircut. God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great, and make her and yet it and make her great and strong. Yeah, that's it. Obi, my honest take on the budget, everything shows the economy was not criminally managed by the Akufo-Addo NPP government, as President Mahama wanted the nation to believe. If for nothing at all, the economy was left in a solid state. Yao Marvin in Kwesimintim, and he says, my regards to Dr. Messrs. Ya Pokua Baden. Obi, did I hear no fee stress? I thought the campaign promise was free tertiary instead. Why the rechristening? Is it a strategy to ensure that they only focus on first-year university students? Obi, we all know what tertiary encompasses. Nursing training, teacher training, etc. all fall under this umbrella. We are watching it. In fact, in the manifesto, the youth manifesto, no fee stress policy. And for first-year tertiary student. First year tertiary student into year 1 na uko year 2 dia e wo se wa utua wuntimi ntua na wa apply to student loan trust e ho no mo se omode eyi ebeba student loan plus na eno take care from year 2 e de coin. That is what it is, and requesting be to be fair to what is in the party's manifesto, the youth manifesto actually. Obi, how will the government plan to tackle Ghana's youth employment when it is recklessly scrapping key initiatives like 1D1F and U-Start, while significantly slashing funding for youth programs? The Akufo-Addo administration, despite investing over $200 million in the GJSP U-Start through GEA, another $200 million in the Skills Development Fund via CODVET, along with GETP and other interventions, still struggle to create enough jobs. Yet JDM's government expects to succeed with a mere less than $40 million allocated for youth programs. interesting days ahead. Oblite kome edie enono. Obi, good afternoon. I want to know the fee payment for first year student at tertiary level. Is it going to include colleges of education and nursing training? If so, would they receive such support and still be given an allowance? I want to know. Say Ram Godfred Ewon Koko. Say Ram Medase would ask those questions for you. Obi, good afternoon. In my view, this is a pure populist budget. Go and take all first budget of all governments since 2001 to date. Obi, you realize that they are just trying hard to consolidate their popularity with the Ghanaian people. I want to know if they budgeted for BEC, which the former government was paying. Francis, Ewo Gulf City. Obi, good afternoon. When exactly is the e-levy scrap taking effect? Ain't it? It will have to go to Parliament, and Parliament will repeal the law establishing same. And that would come. But let me see. Mamene Guta President, your Dr. Joseph Obey Ini Enkomo. Doc, akwa be kosi saying suni.
Hey, okay, my view.
Menzo ma feel brutal. Bibi aboko. Bibi aboko there.
Oh, yes, I do.
Na ijadi for muti bibi o budget team mama ni aje ana.
Well, so the fact that some taxes have been removed. Na ijadi for na say yaka emission tax. Na yaka levy.
Yeah.
Na your transactions are you know a transportation monetary transfers there. That's in a way, you know, affect the positively. Now about the larger picture as the duty.
Yes.
No, there. Now, yes, expecting more, but the reforms of the VAT, you know, and they determine how significant that impact will be on duty. We can only wait. Say you will reforms, you know. Now you know how the VAT will be reduced and reformed in a way that it will affect us positively both on the duty, yes, and then our day-to-day trading.
Yes, but for more as a jadi for minimum samono, mo interest bebre na ewo port.
Yes.
Any duties on Nyoma Mokra Edeba Yemen Emu. There was a specific pronoun share first 120 days document, no. There seemed to be a specific promise on port charges. And let me get the specific one. I mean, kind of.
Your first task duty for the promises spare parts import.
Because Osei commence the review of the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvaged vehicles to rescue the local automotive industry at Swami Magazine, Kokompe Abuseo, among others. And no, now we can answer me.
The new car assembly no buy
yes.
No person put a car assembly no to you know, importation of the scrap and no nana one normal I'll restore the importation of
I get it. I think I've seen the Awokano number 6 or say within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. And on first 120 days new man, but I think somewhere in their manifesto no omoka flat rate our ports.
Exactly. And then make us me expect the implementation this time round. And so no mante maybe our honmo. To no there in fact no hono here because basana and crowd ya makrana wunim duty oba baba bitua nka aboawo eniti let me say general the fact that ye levy is gone and the emission levy and then other levies about 4 of them no I know quite be also let me translate it positively into the pockets of the trader yabeshe na VAT in no then we can see how impactful the tax reforms have been with this.
Yeah. In that meaning, say you were expecting say flat rate no more promise and can take effect from this year, yeah.
Yeah, or no, for spare parts. Or no, NDC as a government, almost can categorically say the spare parts importations.
A flat rate, no.
A fixed tax system.
Yeah.
Almost one kind of fixed tax system. That's a fixed duty. Spare parts for them. So no, they were silent of it, but I was very expecting. But the fact that they also earmarked some fund for the women's bank and also a positive.
Yeah.
Because Yamano, the Ukrainian, and so in here support for their replenishment. Most of them have lost their capitals, so they can be replenished. So and also a very positive. And then they also talk about expenditure, how they will control expenditure, and also very positive. As I say, they find details, especially they are talking about procurement act being revised, and on the county now, see it me and non-tax revenue, we share extractives in that.
Yeah.
Go to know the counter. Cabia over 1.4%, quite negligible. It is a one share revenue, a free one panel, and I can get any corn on tax revenue to say, your name, those other commodities, they say, you go the name and the needs, the county, tax we are. And can no crown bet we are generating more funds, but you no, almost 3% a big call for growth and growth and sustainability tax and also now many at your hope as a also revenue a bit me every abana about supplement government budget.
Oh, okay. Mate, in the said what can I mean, you better share how VAT review no ebeko and ABR subsequently, because what I know so they say some of the charges a port hono be brainano administrative
exactly
in the ABR through finance ministry no more bet me administratively no
Mr. Finance Minister no can be to that says even most of the charges and consolidated funding.
Yes.
Internet Makwenya no more prone down on those ones.
Let's hope say and no ABC BBN besan so di nkomo bio.
We can only hope.
Sure.
But we say one so they are now say to me impactful because yes the everybody say amount for the money baba be so say you have to to so na mo da won je the money ma ji sa de me and also see it me say about transfer, especially with the VAT no mo ka say omo ebe solicit yin na input.
Yes.
Na duty charges, levies and taxes you be pruned down some of them to make it very impactful and also
because it's here e-levy be free ho na emissions levy so free ho ne de e was say neoma bo nso ba from kakra wa na
I was say the major factor of our price, you know, question, you know, exchange rate and duty now, you know. Also, you know, say, charge at the porter and yet directly affecting any of the cost items at the port. I hope you know that.
Okay.
To another, basically money transactional, you say, money, Sanyamano. It's severe cost items at the port, you know, say, ye levy, and your part, profit is part through the VAT, you know. It is a COVID year flow, no, it didn't some effect on the duty.
COVID didn't free. COVID didn't free, answer.
Something now about the share the VAT reforms, you know, which are no abolish a free VAT in them.
Yes. But I say, Oye reforms now, all abolition is here.
Exactly. This is reforms, you know, and no impact number. It is for now, no. Will be aware better to be where they used to do it, you know, or mobile check. Now, yet many the finance ministry next year near share modalities are a bit me impact on the duties that we pay, and also very important for us.
Very well. Doc, my nasi, Bibiani Ebeka Sabio. Why?
Yo, Miss Linda Sepa.
Good. Dr. Joseph for being a good president. And I'm AD and Como. Ekosiisen Suni, a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma Yena Muninase na yen sign so emamo akwa baby ne yen hwesa de nioma isi echo a higher Asempa FM enti messages ni bebre na aba enti ma yemfa mo messages kakra na fe yen hwentoa so we say obi the minority are saying that they never implemented betting tax. Wonders shall never end. So what type of tax was Dr. Baumia promising during the campaign season from Christopher in Takrade? Now, I think the betting tax, this Samia Uku Kra Akada as DG of NLA said, Omua lottery into Ucha Lotto. Unse different from betting with betting companies, no? Omua Ucha Lotto na urinia. And no much them say Lotto winnings, no? And no more implemented 10% tax no on winnings from Lotto. But normal betting with betting companies, my bet money on work can there. And no, it was implemented. But on lotteries, I think that's what Samia Uku said. Time as and common buy if my memory serves me right. And I should think say and no the former finance minister referred to the one on lotteries, but on betting generally we know that was implemented. General Secretary for FABAC Samuel Ato Agric Food and Beverages Association of Ghana ma yenti omonso adwenche ewo budget yi eho Ora Agric akwa bet saying
ejonso
na bibia boko de
anyanyado odama ide na ide asira
ase ora ho adan Monte be exciting in the budget ana
yo me that's not the TV but not to my fullest expectation
at the end and I will expect it
but actually no let me say so far so good
FM.
But what we expected is that's a nuisance taxes, no? At least the TV now you free or share the bad components, no? Any levy COVID tax, any other levies like that. You see the uncomparable Bonsu. One more, but now okay, betting tax, levy, emission tax, and then decoupling some of the components of the VAT. So my wish had been saying VAT not because consumption tax. Anytime over increases and you see cascading effect or some Bonsu, which to me it was okay, meaning it's Omati. And when we say and as I admit to say these things are causing a lot of harm
in our consumables. No country at one or country ministries no heads and already a friend or more a budget as to how we are going to work around these things. So they need to engage stakeholders for us to find a solution. It's now up to the ministers to come forward as early as possible for us to engage so that they can properly submit whatever we are looking at. Then on the COVID side, no, OSHA or say, IMF, that was some of the guarantees that they gave IMF to raise the money to pay off those debts. And, as they said, they are still going to engage them so that all these things can be removed. But as and when, we are still waiting. Young person, the addition of the other taxes now it means what we have now, we are going to have it as it is. New one being count. With the trading community, and the things that are coming in and the production side, is going to be stable. But one thing that we need to look at is the stability of the city, which sometimes dictates the pace of everything. Into what they are going to do to get this thing stabilized. This is where we are also going to engage them at the Ministry of Finance, and then we'll see how best we can move on.
Okay, but I understand you are set to add, sir, for taxes or more promises, say, won't be year free, in their manifesto, no, apart from COVID levy, no, they are kind of no year free, at least with this budget, no.
For 1 year free, but if you look at it now, a bit to me, I drive the dictate of downward trend in terms of the cost of products.
Yeah.
VAT and
VAT, okay.
Well, okay. That is what we are looking at. Anka, Obama Bafon Kaka. And Opena Mikasa or Adom. And I'm sure we say, maybe to say, what's the name? DVLA.
Yes.
And your friend is saying, the relation to Roto. They need to bring it back.
Yes.
Because that one, it will not affect how we do our businesses.
Yeah, I know that he has announced some of the paper back.
Yeah. We expected further pronouncement. Until pronouncement not here, he stopped short in making sure that those ones are removed. But they say they have to engage IMF and come back again. Until we are sure that by middle of the year, these things can still be removed by going to Parliament and engaging IMF to make sure that these components are also gone. And then meeting the ministers at the different departments. Our department will be falling under Agric, Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Finance. So that is where our engagement is going to be. But the other thing now, we make sure a bit to me, I hear more effective by pronouncing heavy investment agric sector. But the pronouncement not here, if the agric sector don't take any initiative in making sure the poultry sector gets some relief, the agriculture area, your friend is saying the planting for rice and all those things, how to expand those areas. It means the ministry would then have to come up with a plan as to how they are going to move forward with this thing.
Okay.
One to me and the categorical statement, but then whatever he gave, we'll take it like that. But we then have to ensure the Minister of Agric itself will come up with a plan, making sure the farmers get the needed fertilizers and other inputs that they need to get to run their farms. And so for us, when we meet them, the agricultural equipment should be zero rated in every sense. It should come in. Now that we don't have the rains coming in,
yes,
it's going to be very difficult in getting some of these inputs like maize and other things that will feed the agricultural sector, the poultry sector, or the poultry feed. And as early as possible, they need to give relief for people to start importing maize and then soybean into the country to help augment all these things. We shouldn't wait till we get to the point where there is no feed at all. Then we have to run herds together and then import those things, which will take a longer time to reach the country. And so as soon as possible, we need to take some measures that will help relieve some of these problems when the time comes.
Very well. Ora to agree. Ma yana se bibia ni ebesa ba bidin komo bio. Why?
Yo, that's
me da se papa. Ekosiisen so ni ma yana ne ye homra na yenkonkotie we tew. Ye ba ye toa so Ekosiisen so ha Asempa FM. Ye ba sese amontwen.
Semi Soriano Pa, Kale Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence, the money in her.
Se wushia amana me sifite gusuna mesrea. Eya wawahu me de Kale Chaco toothpaste and twitwi missing. Oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no. Ene e dia ye Kale Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E si ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kale Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me shina no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwasro etibinama na me sita to ni na guso.
En kaneno ani ma me num di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu. Bidie wo Kale Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Ma wonum ye hwam. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kale Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Happy smile.
FDA aji edwedi nkrato ya tomo.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it. You go enjoy up in my check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract announce so say. Me feni na enkodan rocksters. Won so wo kromo pa. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract an won nim ne ekọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Aye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne nsunda achi. Fre 0544 338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP cylinder. Free rocksters na won twa wontum.
Afifo free. Provident Insurance bema kwentwa odese. Ifi January ikosi March 2025. What the insurance hon sam she Provident Insurance nsa. Some renew ana wo ya fofo penya atade api. Emufu coupons ne Provident Souvenirs papa bi. Enti wo tade. Wo ne yen WhatsApp assistant oba ya nchate sisi a 024-242-6396. Oba sort out obetumi so akoyen 15 branches a. Ya to apete Ghana no mo bia. Obetumi so ne ye brokers na ye agent ne mo bia di sa wo so. Enfie atwana mi ensanie na Provident Insurance asom Ghana man som power makoni abadie wa wo bambo me. Masa special for you for alcohol. Kai sense check kakra wo.
With Provident Land.
Enough is enough. For how long can I spend so much money on electricity? Kojo Italian Solar Technology Limited for no. Omo na omo be install omo solar panel ni bi emani.
Futron sakre nipo agent so rampa. Afa na wo pe Italian Solar Technology Limited echikwan. Company na we residential installation ya. Utua 70% eto ase. Na wo ma 4 to 6 months. And send wo utua 30% yaka. Ubanya bi we.
Omo ye good pa.
Companies any industries here. One capacity a free 200 kilowatts. E de krokra de. Wo 15% down payment pay no ashase installation na mawomo na wa mawo up to 5 years e dey tua balance no
wa show ye pe we ni e peden
solar panel solar batteries solar pumps and solar air conditioners we design solar systems homes offices and large scale installations we ma free consultancy takrade or all John Saba Road Kumasi Bantam High Street opposite NPP office and Accra or Ben Zenith Bank no for 054-971-11191 and 050-300 5353.
Italian Solar Technology Limited.
Save electricity, save the planet.
Season 2 abo Abelland the same. Real life stories, real life struggles. Kasanu ye more. Season 2 is more heated. Join our host Dr. Laiki and Akosia Boaje as guests share topics, showing every Thursday and Friday 9 p.m. from 2nd January. Who finds Daddy Joe's hidden treasure? Why all the mystery? Find out in the reloaded season 2 of Accra Stay by Plan, showing from 3rd January every Friday at 8:30 p.m. Tune in to Aquaba Magic on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102 to experience all the drama and suspense. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
I got a feeling. Hey, Shamikano.
Hey, oh dear, oh yeah, guy, what's it? Now, Miss Mediano, neat, and the brightness in this way is super.
Now, okay, young chamber, be a scratchy na I would be. Krenima, Kanchanchan. That's where I be a scratch you.
Oh dear, Jai, me penisame chinisa, come on.
At A to Z Auto Servicing Limited, we feel the smallest scratch or dent on your car a major disaster. With A to Z Bodyworks and Special Auto Spray, we make your car even more special with interior detailing and polishing.
Darling, I'm doing what gonna.
How Gideon A to Z Auto Servicing Limited, your one-stop shop for all your auto needs. 0240-202-828.
Me say, oh yeah, Echo Bank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy up in my chain, in my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Echo Bank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM
94.7 Asempa FM. So ni Ekosiisen On Asempa no asuguso a wotie no ma yena mu nyina ase ne mama kwaba emfa momra Asempa FM. So enche yebenya the honorable Eric Opoku ewo studio ha on a minister in charge of food and agriculture na afei will delve a bit more into the budget as presented by the finance minister. Bawa Drencha 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 into WhatsApp line enamede atujano o adwenkyere bia obetime de afaso abrain na yagемre akan ni nyina amamo ha ya Asempa FM enti nipa bebre na nso na de won comments aba etiefo ni bebre na de won comment aba megемre akan bi amamo. Some of you who responded to my post on Facebook, no, we say Obi Amwako Ofori Richard or say, in all honesty, this budget is generally really good. If the government is able to do it as they've presented, Ghana be the dead. Ase Ampaniapa, or say Ase Ampaniapa, Jem the Asempa no abo. What stood out for me is the mention of the Ketu South Sea disaster and the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage. It's a fantastic move. Now, if they don't do them power on, cause for a criminally managed economy to aim at these givings there are well. Amwako for Richard on Facebook. We say Obi, where is the 24-hour economy in the budget statement? In the minister can say they will present a proper policy document on 24-hour economy. We say Obi, please, what's the minimum capital for establishing a bank? The finance minister said 51.8 million capital has been set for the Women's Bank. Is it Susu he is referring to? Because I know the minimum capital is about 400 million Ghana cedis. Mind you, sir, I remember when the promise was made, say what kind of bank Abai Air contemplate? Is the universal bank? Minimum capital requirement no a bigger amount, and I say a normal financial institution, say micro credit scheme, and I say Bibisa, and the 53 million Ghana's the seed fund, no, I don't know, say be another top up, be free baby bar, and I said at least we should start from what kind of bank would the Women's Bank need be? A be universal bank, and now say I think once we answer that question, then we'll build the rest on it. We say Obi Gideon Buama, listening to the finance minister, I sincerely think the COVID-19 levy should be removed without giving us excuses. You don't need to rationalize the VAT regime. It's a one-time approach. I didn't hear much budgetary information on the so-called 24-hour economy. This is about the economy. What financial approach is the current government adopting the entire Galamsey regime? These are key interests to the Ghanaian people. How about the energy sector? There is little information on that. The Doomswa is becoming one too many. Well, it's early days yet. Let's see how it goes. Nothing so inspiring in this budget. Gideon Boama, dear Enono. Joe K. Kumsen says, Obi, please, I didn't hear anything about renewable energy. Solar. Any assumption on for imported solar panels at the port? Okay. K. Kumsen, so question, no. Joshua Lanyan says, the budget has brought hope to the youth and women of Ghana. His Excellency JDM is a man of his words. Okay. Salim Bamba says, Obi, a budget that fails to address how to tackle the cost of living situation is nothing but an empty allocation of funds. Salim Bamba, Ashanti Regional NPP, Nasara coordinator, and on the way Abayedase. We say, Obi, I heard the former Minister for Finance saying they never implemented betting tax, so meaning they never collected any money from anyone. My question is, who have been deducting our money from our investment? Please, someone has been scamming us, so Oral need to investigate this issue. Amankwa Klinsman Solomon. Amankwa Yedase. I think I've proffered some further information on that particular issue. But we say, Obi, this budget is very much reassuring. It shows President Mahama is indeed determined to reset in Kromes Ghana. Peter Afram, Edie Enie. We say, Obi, does the government have anything for the youth? Instead of creating jobs for the youth, the government is abolishing betting taxes, allowing youth to engage in gambling, and the youth are happy about this? Or hene kwesi die enono. Ebenezer Anand says, Obi, the policy to transfer 80% of DACF to the Assembly is very laudable. In the past, like 2023, no transfers were sent to the assemblies. The Uncapping to Get Fund and the Roads Fund would release monies to fix our roads. My disappointment, however, is the allocation of resources to pay teachers and nursing training allowances. The government in the past had made a case to review that, and I supported their position, and the natural occurrence was to have cancelled that. It served the politics, but nothing progressive, especially when we have designed the student loan scheme system. Perhaps the educational reform outcome will determine the future of that. But generally, I like the budget. It was a pro-people budget. Ebenezer Anan Yedase. We say, Obi, I think for a very long time in a while, hope has been restored towards the youth of Ghana. Joblessness will be a thing of the past for those who are willing and ready to work. Eko Sumaila and the way about Eko Yedase. Obi, I'm surprised that the much touted 24 hours economy did not feature in the budget. How much was allocated? Kwejo Bejabena Sare. Allocated for what? 24-hour economy, no? It's a policy, and yet policy here budget to implement it. Of course, I mean, Abayaka, some incentives are or debema companies that will jump onto the 24-hour economic policy. Where's will be a realistic budget in a Ghana-made bag beyond hope? The change we voted for. Holali Agbemava Ediana on Facebook. This one says, Obi, after the presentation of the budget, NPP minority members were confused. Watch their demeanor. Samson Nana Abaka Edie Enono. The e-levy had been eating away the capital of small and up-and-coming businesses who used Momo in their transactions. Big relief. If they can't plug the hole created by the cancellation, they should leave it. After all, someone at NSA or elsewhere was allegedly paying monies to ghosts. Emmanuel Abanga Edie, and loads of your messages or under my Facebook post about the budget. Inti Yeda Munina Ase, I will come back to them. But this one says, Obi, the budget focuses more on propaganda than on genuine economic transformation. It enables the government to assert that it is, quote, resetting the economy, while persistently engaging in excessive spending and setting impractical revenue targets. Again, to establish a bank, the minimum capital requirement is 400 million Ghana cedis. Yet they claim to be creating a bank for women with only 51 million Ghana cedis. And I think I just made that point. We should understand what bank and a women's bank. Is it a universal bank for which reason umbe here has 400 million Ghana cedis capital minimum capital requirement no sentesa any of the other lower banks we should know but until then no I think it would be unfair to also criticize the 51 million allocation. But also coincidentally, the 51 million Ghana is the same amount paid to Woyome as judgment debt, which the Supreme Court labeled as create, loot, and share. What a deceptive Azan budget. Okay. Brian Boabain Samuel Edie Enono. Obi, the budget of let me see. Obi, Honorable Atoforsen would have completed his use of made in Ghana if he wore African print, but he chose to wear suit. Nana Amponsa Bediako and on the way Abba. Make us say dear Minister in charge of Food and Agriculture, the Honorable Eric Pokwa Bekansa, Ewo Studio. I remember na kwa ba na fe menemo ache nsem de kakra na yaba ababa bedi enkomo Asempa FM so any camera bohono nti utwema na why honorable akwaba na pom to say
nyame adomoko
oh me got to page microphone the moment way yeah no mic no the microphone yes yeah nyame ase na ofri parliament e ba na hoboko de
e nyame adom bibia eboko
majority for any agent and minority for them swear almost any agent
my busa pa
minority
na omunim se be ko ni say
sir
sa o ma anwene se e be ko se ni esiko yi engineer de ha eni gisem bia ma o mo sa
na bibi wo budget me wo se Ghana for any je ho
papa ni ma bebre
yen chance yen free the Agric sector a honest sector won our so what is exciting in this budget for a Kriafua ATO e wo man yim
am say the edikai no I say o ma Mr. T free budget na nkasa
that's fine
ni nyina so
that's fine
obi o tifie bia so kasa wo ye budget a wo hwe osika wo benya
yes
e ka wo de e na wo de adwene say mesika na menya no de menya e be ka no say na media na kakra na metimi aye ama aye kama and do finance minister shas ya o ma ye hunu ba bia o man no sika sam ye dey ejina sa CCA e ka dai so ese ye tua no e ka kese enti e wo sika sam bia ye bia no ye de agenda hopa ye ni ye sani be ya afiwe enko ba se Ghana ye ka ye de ene hunsi ho wo se etua no ye ntumi anye de entua na Africa kana be ka no wo de ko ba bia ebe ma oman ne economy no etime gina pempenso a obi o man mu bia nso akoma be de ebe to ne yem na ohwe afi nyina sani a budget no e kire ye no 2025 ohwe aban sika a obeyisuo ni nyina ehun kontabu a finance minister ebu ye no yesa me bie sa area na wanso ohwebie
okay
because the minister dey ositie ope bibia no finchen na ama grade no so akokama
yeah
sika budget yi nyina appropriation be pass no 290 billion
Ghana cedis. Okay.
A total appropriation.
Okay.
Na emu 268 billion. And yesika if is between generating or mine.
Okay.
And the sika way. And also Mrs. Ka menyani. Na kwan ben na mefa so a yebetumi sika no ahye ye man no ama o man no etumi agina brane. Ama ubianso akuma atonium.
That's from the get go no you be run a deficit.
Adwefo akatua. I betua na fi no. Budget just betua 76.6 billion. And you no kwaye you van say 77 billion.
Okay. 77 billion
out of 268
salaries and emoluments for Abayejuma
Efunyina. Wow. Afei eka da ho no ehun si hu a wo se etua eye domestic
yes
any external afiwe eye di wo se etua no eye 64 billion
interest on loans.
Yes,
64 billion.
A Bible say awaje.
Amortization ne mai.
Bo say abayaje. I was say you tua ho interest. The oje me Ghana higher a bond holders are.
Yes.
Omo de no abanka say o man say ya boka ye exchange me atumu de na sheda na metua no free 2025 air chrono. So okay.
Yes.
Edu bre wo say tua. Amano ne dia ye kotu sheda ebi aso a e wo se afi we ye da ye tua se wo kan mi enu bomu a eno so ma 64 billion and is how de 77 billion no ebeka 64 billion na obi se wa hu se ye du akiri ye ko 150 billion.
Yes, almost 150 billion.
That's a 260 no. A 150 billion there. And you have a country and a car. We are ye can see who this year no. In the back out, there's 110 billion.
I would be born mine home, bro.
Would be bought or mine home, Ebra. Now, 110 billion no cross account, no. Yenya yemra. Obi tell you. Yenya yemra say wunya tax na usika na. E was say wudi bi ekọ eha maybe to say health insurance.
Yes.
I was say the percentage say call. Ghana Education Trust Fund, get fund, I was say biko. Road fund, I was say biko. Energy fund, I was say biko. District Assembly Common Fund, I was say e biko. Eno mbra no kire percentages anya dai enko. Etu ya ho hwe anya dai enye yi. Eno so wo check here no nko aye 54.4 billion
statutory payments, no.
Yes. Grants to other government units.
Sure.
Aye de mom no. Eno nko aye 54 billion. Until now you are left with 54 billion or 56 billion in your hands.
And how the year adwuma.
And how the be year adwuma akene nyina.
Infrastructure ni
bibia. Obi say what you say? And no. And yes, Osei finance minister say here fa. And ye this sika we be dey ebe kro. Ebe ma ahokyere ekoso o menu amanfo ho aye dey ahare wo mu kakra. Ti number 1. Enkwada ekoso school no. Aye bia school a na school fee no aye admission fee no aye problem no. Ye disika bi to nchen na ye de asowo asene na ma ahiafo ne asikafo ma nyina no wo matimi akosukuu.
Yes.
Afei wo ma secondary school a yesi enko ni free. Na yenya sikanti school no ye bie no tama aban wosika. You know says see a free SHS no sika na eni honti no yetimi ka say enkran be bie school say ye ni calendar. Yes tama ska ho ne bia dey ye bie school. Aduane ankola ni di wo school ho eye problem. Ye ma ko school ni. Beden yetimi aso o masna sa ha no be free ho aye dey akọ. Sanitary dia get fan na. Rollers a pass ye disi was ever more enwoma sua no.
Yes.
Na na do aban no baaye no. What the tabo bi to so kapo say emu 25% there. Wo fa dia ye nwuma ahodo wo central government ho a enko get fan no ho.
Yes.
Enti amasika ye nya disi free education achi no esua. Ena masa ahokyere ne ye dey eba. Ende ne ye yisa cap na free so. We use a cap na free so a eno kwa de over 4 billion ekọ ho a ye dey bof to kese e dey si free SHS no achi. Eno achi 54 ye kan ya sa timu 3.5 billion say e budget a ende ye dey ma free SHS no na ye dey 4 billion no so a e yesika hofra nanka emeka ho a ye James say President Mama say me fa nya bibia so wa bra free SHS no ntimi nyina no mo fa koka ho no wo de no so abe dey abaye foto atachiri because kaya ye campaign no asma ne kan say free SHS no e yare papa na Ghana constitution so eka ho asem na free SHS no say yenya foto ansi akira entimi nya adwuma enti wose yenya foto a sika bekom na ye grow sika na makodum pempenso bia ebeba say ansa nya be school no school bia nkwala ewo mo check yetumi atwere e dia ko school direct headmaster nya fe na ko free jene oko free obi onu say eduba bi ma headmistress bi ye kokona onya asichire ne pa no enjoy your announcement say akra bi awo asichire e no pa no bi abefa bi kodi e man kra ne demonstration obi uni mo sere e ya de asiye we realities niema ya hunu wo free SHS no enti that problem no e kwan a onam budget we so asolve ni then number 2 obi say adentina you can say teacher training allowance any nursing training allowance you be year free ho na ya bay ye hyemu kra wonim say obi a ubu oman bia no sani a woman ni gina no na kire nhihya a wo so de dey wo de go form bra yi wom sesi yi e ya ho kire bra cost of living e wo soro pa aduane ye de ebu oden enuoma bia bo ye dey e kosoro hwema bia inflation ne nam wiase nyina hia no bu nkonta no o ya last year 2024 amaya no modua ne bo oden makomako 10 no na Ghana ka ho bi Ghana toso 6 a report a World Bank na a issue ye na za wadua no bo oden aduane so de obi adidi na yesa amaya omo asetremu ade pa no Ghana ka ho bi na obi a wadua no bo adin bia no ema nipa bebre so nya aduane ni na emanipa bebre kwa ohia buburo mu enti se wo dwene bibia wo mo aye mobro ye nkwada ema ne ade a ye vulnerable in society no wo mo na wo say ye kushin wo mo enti president share ne say yes say ye man share ko yie na oman no gina ne na so kama sa nyoma we nyina ibetumi aye free ho because ye hospital bebre na ye de equipment ikom ni nyoma bebre kom sa nkola na awi a o benya ba bia koye adwuma but for now senior circumstances tie no I will say allowance no you twase ke betimi de tua e de ama wo mo macha what ma say
yeah I get you
na say you tua ma wo mo na going forward emre no mu ba form kakra enioma mu jojo ya kan yetime tua ma afa de yenya confidence a among for correct mi so yasene biewa ene wo ye ne bi sezi a obetimi ayede
I was there a specific promise say mo be scrap it
no in fact 20 was it
20 before 2016
yeah before 2016 yes yeah the student loan ba yankasa ye twam kra every hono and obi ka na eno so ni nchiremu eno no then hobby almost say problem pa Ghana for we so ye rose
sure
in fact road contractors omni MPP aba etwam enya problem pa me kai madam for sofu bia no road contractor on the okanse sa contractors no muntu omo kana ma bebre wu ama no ti na adwuma nyina ye gye ya kyese ogya adwuma no kra kotena ba bi kra na no no so pass off was menua de to me nyame nanim se okọ Rosetta House CIA acquire the ama contract nko was etua ho ka no enam 105 billion Ghana cedis
105 billion
and mu de o ma raise certificate da House CIA yes was etua no CIA no 21 billion. And do her budget him now by no locate here 4 billion the ministry now.
Obesity the Triasa,
obesity the Triasa no. Now what we are quite be account. And the present mama and says, Sanitary, okay. Yenny cap na every road fund also. Nancy kana na Kayajano or Sroha.
Yes.
Na Enco road fund, Yamma Quine, Enco road fund. Na entimi antua ni nyina gwa na ye bi kakra na ye tumi so de akani mu kakra na ye de rotos no so asaba obi wona ma America na UK ba bia etua rotos US grad de utwa ansana o de yibi aboka no ho
na udru ha
na pekepe na ko sa eye ade se enya ska kra mfrim na ye nya kakra bi mpo na kakra na ntimi anya hwe na ekwan nam obi wanim hayi etimi efexer kama say yakoya nimbi enti yemfa eno so nsanye dai emra because no driver bi atua kete insignificant ba wo ka bo ma na atimi ayeska kase a wo de ya de a ebeyeyi
It's not just say road toll no air back and yeah on Capi road fund na additional income never and no will take care of the road sector at least this year.
This year
ongoing road project no. The promise on that, especially the GOG funded no. A buying boss was so yeah.
Sir, no GOG funded near and you discover we ban.
Okay.
Say you free, sir, capiano.
Yes.
Na says can in eba. And that road minister let me be a 6 billion near cost 7 billion.
Sure.
We have allocation now. Or bear 6 billion or bear 7 billion.
Yes.
In the net we free 4 billion. Abedu 7 billion. Say or the 3 billion credit to your kakra. The year agent keten no between the way so aso so muka kakra ye bia ma ye dey ayeyi na ye tuako afa bedru ya nimu no na yetimi aye dey aye free.
But the Omarezi certificate ye deal no say they work on 21 billion.
21 billion.
Means that we cannot pay that.
No, until nyina afi.
Even when I due for payment.
Until the finance minister account budget no say I was here discipline physically discipline. Say ya anya discipline na ye makwan say ministry no to ha award contract without commencement certificate from the Minister of Finance. Because we hear commencement no say be ya commencement ne be ka kira say sika wo honti farmer contract. And until you pass samra no say answer na obema contract bi anhwe hu say wo hu sky ye dey e wo ho obi implication is say ya the contract ama obi se koye kwan uni ska wakoje bank bosia wo de aye kwan no wo bi e certificate say aban tua aka ya de abeto aban ho afi won tua aka bank na akoje bosia no so interest no accumulate e say be ya mo kan ye de contract ni say a delay wa aban table so 30 days na ontimi tua ya I was say tua interest on delay payment e wo ho saa enti e da ho che no na interest no so ye dey e kosoro enti we da ho 21 billion no e bi ada ho ache na wa ma interest no kra be kese ache sika no but one problem no enti say ye discipline say answer na ba award contract bia no wo be kwa akwaji certificate twa akoma Minister of Finance na ye budget ni mu ya allocate seska we ma enti je ho akwanya na koye because budgetary allocation here dey e wo ho a asembia ni ho now award contract no wa bra ye ni allocation bia in the budget ya at the end of the day no how do you pay?
Okay.
And no na ama aka no aye bebre a wo ye ho hwe anye dey enye yi no enti o say aban bi a sacrifice dey ni da ho so ho e discipline a sanitizing process no say be ya yanim no bibia be ye kama
but you think say because of amount said you breaking it down kama no amount aka or mining some I say the boy ho bra because we even 21 billion fees amount
no ko yi nyina dia say untimi nya hwebio and that is why a here say Ghana ni ba bia ate ase
yes
because ya ante ho ase a so that say obi o tinjo ka say any nko so eni say any also eni say but also me break it we was one say say dia ada ban no so na edey edene enti was aban no wo ye prudent pa say be ya sika na o yusu no e be ko ba bia ni impact no be ma omanfo e ho aye den aharo
but me share other announcements finance minister you can see smart financial engineering in some of the arrangements okay for example share the wire with free SHS to get dedicated funding for free SHS smart strategy good share to plug hole taxes na free hono or the beba with a tax refund or test on smart financial engineering.
The attorney say
yes
one who say or might be say ojejo revenue nyina wi a and share what say mama US example in ati ase yi won say US afi bia so a omo ye tax refund be the citizens
yes depend on time how they file taxes
o file we pay na ya tax o tua ni nyina na ya calculate ahwe don o tua bro so a e wo say aban tua bi ye dey e de ma and the companies ni bebre wo ho ma time ya tax no under pressure na ya je o tua we no o tua we by the end of the year no
yes
obe file the returns no say there be asisi no Into the tax be over or saw the man.
Yes.
Into the general rule, they say, we are budget now, so this can be this year. As S can the hold on Saka in ye.
Sure.
Now, I feel so. Now, almost the tax refund, you know, but now him, now pass out buying in the car. Would you try the amount? And over the period, no, Yaya set aside 6%.
Sure. Of your total revenue.
Now you're the attention.
Yes.
So, I say, Ubia BSR claim now, Ubetimi, and the tria back at the amount. Now, and no, and the wa Fenberson, Nabia, your claims no be or a new 3%. But it's comes to mean you sue.
The Akano.
Because now, finance why every. Meanwhile, now, what critical issues be and cabinet you dealing with. Until over the years, no, a less than 3% and around 3%. And if finance minister say, oh, if that is the case there, and you reduce room around 4%.
From 6% now you chat off.
Yes.
You ain't 4%.
You have 4%. Now you chat 4% now. Say 2% depend on you free so no. And no kwa be my sika a 3.8 billion.
I no be pluck it whole now.
Yes.
Taxes now year free on the air.
Yes.
And it come back to my
point say. No. The entire say we want to create a system nipa ho be ha wo kakra. Obi won say ye levy to na de buy no. E how kakra wo.
Yeah.
Wo obi unim say Ghana ha. Nipa bebre nyi adwuma. Enti dependency ratio no say me da obi ansan medidi no e very high. In fact, e be do say ye call abusu mu a na obi bi amoye nipa ba mienu pe e na moye adwuma. Enti wo maame ma wo mu nuano ma ene wo mu wo fa asefo ne ade nyina wo fa wo na wa Asempa nyame awadma ye krache panyini lawyer yesro boa ye akwasi be ko school obe eda wo nko aso enti wakatua na wo gire ha no ye tua oka no ya to income tax aye dey afrim dia aka no kwasi bro different disposable income ni aye dia ma ase kokoye dey kodi naturally so koto ade bia odwuma obetua indirect tax so just say afọ koto wie na ase da miniska memfa me momo no ntua se wo tua na akeke no momo no so wasa tua asa tua tax so nti wo ma me o work class say oh me ya bibi kakra to adura no ma me obibi o me momo no so me sandu bibi kakra wo sende no so a de wo sende ama abrewa no so san tua ho tax wo say inconveniences no ya dey edoso aban hia tax na so nya tax nyina enema aban ehoto no so manfo no ho ha wo mo na aban tax no kra anya pia wa ban na se wo ba adwuma ma ayeyi enti susu se wo yi sa tax ni free ho na sa sika na ka 6% no so
yes
so to me kofa ba na ebetimi a hyemu a ebedo so kra chen the tax and the bro no manfo no ho ha wo mo kakra o manfo bedi yi enti tax mienu na yetwa mu no
miensa actually
miensa ni nyina ka bo mu a se revenue de ba no less than 3 billion.
3 billion, sure.
But we're not 2% no kwa yasa yena no my 3.8 billion. So what you say? That just say nyansa kwan so no yama omanfo no nya ho to kakra e wo ha. Yasa nya sika no be free ha ahyemu a se be ya nyere obi ahia bre anyi ses ka anyi free no.
And na me hwe say because said you wow kind because me say me call constituency roads ebeye major problem roads here problem no and no so na muntimi mpe another nyansa kwan emfa nyeska bi emtua sa 21 billion off emma akwan because I hwe eyinansan on social media poko ase amasamantu nsawem kwan no the complaints are crazy edwuma na stole
in fact obi udibim pa but there was here who say problem ma obi a creative bebredi agu hosa undi fa afi ba ko pe enkorati nyina start enkakra the first step ne say ye attempt say ye be address problem no na ya starting say no ube use be ko second year na afi ye hunu yanim niam etoto ye nyina wa kese de ye fa se ye no na ye betu aye ho bibi kese ama saade ni nyina ye dey free wa. Don't forget say nya hon ko na road Canada o say ukọ Cocoa so road can so the same 21 billion da ho
21 billion
cocoa roads no and also da ho what you say and also da ho
I due for payment
and no you music. Hand over nose, man can't just something. Rationalization, you terminate you trap money at the so I don't see a problem at that honor. It was any me, you're dealing with Sadiano and Kakranka Crasabaya. Ghana between you Sadian in a free home. When just a CIA problem Cassia or minor war in tea. I was here, yes, and she will say. Obi say Ghana minor. Your quaman on the sea, Quajibusia will be our fan Bosia my. Because ya Quajibusia will morofono. A do bra ye tiano. Your Quacacatron say Yentintria. Tiquasibuni to catch that my. And what to shut down my. And you brony ban on the Ebodenia. Obi our Jimmy Nevosia. Now I'm going to have a Jimmy Nezer. To shut down what you had about some of the mount. On farm, yes. Ghana for a whisker. And can no car buy much na. Now I flow 2 bonds. Not the Oscar or the baton cutter. Yes. Hope you say, it didn't feel to cry Ghana the Sicampo no mine. I buy Betriamica. I told bond Ninano. I buy 90. Was I catch on say, mint 20. Interest no credit that's all. My trebia day. Ego. Myself to Asheda. And they say, Ghana for a band one car buy to be as 2025. And be a buyer of Namaka or to be 2026. What you trust? DDEP. Yes. Domestic Debt Exchange Program. Yes. And you don't know, a bit now so a year TPA. Majority must say. And it's a player with your piano. So a bank of pen was also for 2 pound ground bit. And the only avenue available. Now a buy no de nyaka crack editor. I can try to source on your man. Treasury bills. And also say a short-term bills. Yes. Ah, we are next car or source on the day. So, it's in ye. Yet to two sani my way ye. I must say the Adnekawa Bruchin and the engine try to shut down. And they yet make a say, Usika na casa of Wibiano, yet metria. Ghana for I was here to Mukano. It's so now yet metria Bakwama. Said July drew across September. Now yet we try the Aussie to Yamonoswa. I got any baby Avena, I want to say. Missika na baji yano. A buy antimenti and now buy way by no. With me to it. And yes, I buy way. Some was cabby. Not me because to buy hokra. Me wa I want to say. Obetua. Bonds and also ya long-term bonds. And my buy no unya space. At the size can day a year juma. Obinaka Ghana ya can see a coin ya. A cada 21 billion. And I can't think I tweet on bonza. Pianyam 21 billion this year. Even your sure. But the way I buy no. A year near mano. I'm not we are washing in your day, and ye. Now you say, Hano. So, okay, domestic debt exchange, I am be you. Sir, I am any pan be brintias. Sana Nipa to do nati. Sir, a casa beyond your codriana. Meaning is a vote no mere grand combinia. And can't be Pinyasa vote no. We sure. Who say, exactly your bra. Now I do love will be. Now some my pimp may have ye. May have ye, yes, a say Anna me. Now, Usia domestic debt exchange no, debt exchange history. As I tell Ekosiise Nime, company why Juma. Now the car went to an company new no. And now we are the friend of debt exchange program. And to catch over the Omakan, the Miniano, Medemoka. Maybe I'm Madre, me company never go. Egua, Minjas can Triamoka. Company Lusuzika. South May and Chemia. Yet me call prison yet in bed ever call. Bausika no Sonsanya day, anchor. And to Miss Saw say, what can yes, change no may equity. I may shares. I will mimic company him. So that met ya Juma. Not at your tuya. Now so ye yet man of us about when you be company now on shares now when you're sick every my day. Ako. Now what my dickens now dear, Mantia something. Now why exchange Nekano. Abaye equity. Okay. The moment a carry na babaye investment capital no na company na gina brane. Za fe what you say? Afe obi abetu aboa na company na you know what anaka. And this a pem ansana wako into debt exchange. Jamaica for pem ko ye bi. E na Ghana so ye ko pem ye since independence. So you say nye bi da. You know baby say that. No, nyasa obi me say wa unim nyasa na me. Yampem say that. Yampem say that. Akoya debt exchange program because anyone to ma what the fra wo ma for hu say exactly we ya be ma ofie no agye bosia ofia obisre
uko baby ana ye pamo
anu bi na yakodu sesi ano enti budget no ne focus no say yenya nhyehyɛ betwi de o man na gina brane na ansa na de o man be gina no e wo se ehwe say enipa no enso emkomu aha won kakra na no obi ka say yanka 24-hour economy no ho ase
mebe no ho ba ansa na no for the first time, if I'm right, your tier budget ayante ebia fofo so solar road aban beye agunan kwanta takrade road aban ba beye. Is it because a focus not this time is to deal with financial burden, no? As an ebia next year, I'm be focusing on doing major roads.
No, you bear major roads.
Okay.
Also, budget, no. Or my highlights.
Yes.
Full documents, no. Okay. And do for sector be betre
the mobile
okay. Now roads no maka say your investment a be no roads no or say ye die say ebebo apa looking at your circumstances no e tell am say sika ye de ko ho no eso now so because of a Canada owning no enye kese sa na contractors no cry do omo ka no say you tua won car one more be cry no on besa akofoma ye adwuma na ma adwuma na ye dey aye enti ye wo rosa ehia eye critical was otimi ye dey eye and now be kaya president can be a state of the nation no or say drip machine na they call district no maybe the okra we ko na say na ya pack
drip machines
yes
asay
e bia say kra ya pack me na make kira I be on so kra we ko no ye be isu ni ade no esay ya maintenance ni ade ye hu de be no enti or you see yourself say yenya pool na yenya maintenance facility wo honom na ye service na ye adwuma e defeated roads na ye betu atwa no kakra no ye betimi de no aso so mo na budget so so critical ones no na ye fese no enkakra afen so baby why the private sector PPP arrangement ebebem roads obi betimi aye na kama na the toll so na cost da so kama na o the toll no kakra say abrochiro kwa ya de a ye ne ba bia sa we nyina opportunities a ye betimi dey develop road sector no ama obi akoma ye dey atone
e the yamra we minority leader sorry na or kasa no o ka say no more expectation as parliament ne say anka aban ebe na nko ape policy document e fa 24-hour kono dey abeto parliament na matimi adoso more year debate on budget now munim de amoka sad document number they were expecting to come better something detailed in the budget and also a man teshe in the 24-hour economy no and also ya azan na modi aye Ghana so it was a budget where ya azan budget
yo o kan say because ebi hunta no wonim ni nyina o hear paragraph 8 of the budget paragraph 8 asema shawon say we will be presenting the 24-hour economy policy to Parliament in due course.
Yes.
In this respect, the Labour Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center Act, and other enabling legislations
will be reviewed.
Obi you say omani omra.
Yes.
Enti ade bia wo ye bia ro ndwin famra enche onsam nya de ope. 24-hour economy che say you have many pa ye adwuma throughout the day and the night na 24 hours ni na Ghana so ye Labour Act no mra wom I just obi akwa adwuma
8 hours
I was so upon
yes
and the now the policy no to parliament anim wa bra mra say ontimi nya say adwuma na now you reasonable and the first step and
is to do the reviews no
yes koko change mra no na mra no ma o kwan say afedi obetumi aye 24-hour economy and son how the policy na ye dey akọ enti budget we na de wo se ya ne say ye ka kire Ghana for say emra na wo ho no ye besesa no na ye sesa no wi a ye the policy ne be dey ebeba obi we
it makes sense but in due course no emma too open.
I agree with you.
In due course can be next 2 years.
No, the entire also can in due course. No
yes.
So when you have the Mrano Koma Parliament,
sure.
We need to miss our catch parliament. So we need them
farmer.
And now just
yes.
And your parliament they determine when na obey. And this year the parliament na say dana yet me amendment na There's any following a year say
not policy.
Sorry, presidency. President Mahama was setting up secretariat.
Yes.
I 24-hour secretariat. Ayura Gusitano Edano.
Yes.
In fact, your last cabinet obey presentation our 24-hour economy policy. The whole year many actually. But won't mean yet. Just why you're Juma. Mbaja what you say?
Yes.
Engineer say budget no finance minister can say, oh, Emrano me de beba na yase sasa Emrano makwan. Na yenya wia, it was in due course. Na yase ya wia Emrano semu no 24-hour economy policy no.
Na ebeba.
Now him
into already meaning say more agencies are so far announce say
yebeyebi no.
In fact, the Democrats almost started.
Yes.
Where we had a passport office there, for example, yet DVLA.
Yeah.
Almost almost. I mean, they are doing that against the law.
So, why would law no?
Yes. Yes.
So just
yes.
And it's an agency be start here. Now I say, oh yeah, I also say Mrano.
Mrano and
and you say you try your boss. I bind it. Won't you find Mrano day? And you're open. And this is a call. Now you're changing Mrana. Then the program will be officially
launched,
laid before Parliament for approval. Now His Excellency will launch a program.
Yes.
Now what they come a signal across say, we was secretariat working on the policy.
Yes. Yes.
So,
yes, I get it.
Honorable Afenyo, or a learned lawyer, or a learned person, only I'm learning now. But I think so we have a minority that someone can be out of grab because one can be. And you know, say, on also, oh, very learned, but we had the can say a thousand.
No, it makes
two fees about your team or buy an over 24-hour economy. Yes, that's it. Now, find your sorry. Well, brand labor artists say, investment, you say, that is only embarrassed.
Yeah.
But if you do the right thing, results.
And then maybe agencies, no, launching it there, you have to call them to order.
No, only say, be a while. While launching say, oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, here. Say or put in place a lot of things as I what me aye. Some all this is be a year in anticipation say by that time no not yet me I amend the law now we able to take come
until you still maintain because na me ready more interventions for job creation.
Yes.
Which obviously includes 24-hour economy.
Yes.
In the minute Franklin Kujo Edi Nkomosisi and America said in this budget, buying interventions for job creation, and with your permission, Messiah so I highlighted some of the interventions Munemi in the budget. I think I heard Ghana Labor Export Program. Structured migration for Ghanaian workers abroad. Industrialization through the 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
I know some more specific creative jobs. Through the promotion of made in Ghana goods. Women's Development Bank.
Yeah.
I know some more allocated 51.3 million Ghana city seed capital. National Apprenticeship Program.
Yeah.
300 million Ghana's this allocated. National Coders Program. 100 million Ghana's this investment in digital skills. And some interventions in your ministry. Agric the and so. Are these the groundbreaking interventions are you here to deal with this humongous problem I was on my youth unemployment?
Yes.
Where did you hear?
Yes, I can't be. Ain't me but I can't be. Number one. Say, oh, here, ye may more. Nipa any adjumayano, a dorsal pa.
Yes.
Nipa no dorso because Obia per Juma or ya, Obina Katia Papa a day, aye. But a Jumani be a day, any home. Two nam sitting so home ranting be Obi. In fact, gentleman be by my office. Oh, any body, then the dressing out there. Near some back at them now. No one's your problem because you're Obi,
I will address it better.
Very neat. Ni bibi ya body bibi ya kama.
But onye juma.
And you go near
the packaging not.
And go near 200 b. And the koya dianka ebebo. Na say nye di nipa penny.
Oh.
So better ni yet me siano. And the 24-hour economy di na ye kan ye no. Ye bota ye pa ntia. Ye say eno be ma nwuma abu ni say. One say you will be bebre or horn man. demand no ho kakaka.
Yes.
Ba service no hours ni swanity.
Sure.
Ye dream iti omo demand no. Maybe ye private. Me a company bi ba me ho. Sa company no. Ono se on there obetumi start the ekura manim ya. Because oye biscuit ni biscuit no or be called Cote d'Ivoire or be called Togo or others from those countries now was it will deliver ultimately was it others or one ultimately you 10% per 10% and the 24-hour economy ban the other one say obenya support ka krabia e betu amana capacity na betu year throughout the 24-hour economy no offer nipa 400 or be 1,000 to because the profit no or be triple no.
Now, if the demand ne wo ho, sisi I said okay. I don't know go ahead no mfa nipa. But you don't need a policy to improve your
only capacity na. Obetu ato raw materials no for sa 3 shifts ni nyina.
Yes.
Say what you say?
Yes.
And you here support ka krabia obetumi di aye.
But as part of 24-hour economy, aban be ma support.
Say you catch them.
No, some can say
yes, say
electricity ne sa ne.
Yes, say company bia what say bia.
Yes.
That is the reason in 2015 your mama established Ghana
Exim Bank.
So what you say?
Yeah, because
value. Yes, or add value. Why you export? Into your man support. Now when you say support ni bi, now expand it. No a farm rantian we be adwuma. Sa de na wo ye ninti, ye betumi atere tax na so kra ye dey e de amano. When you say company bi ba me ho. Omo fi Dubai. Omo so ma ye the biggest cashew processing factory in Cote d'Ivoire. Na de ma omo de e call ho ne say esan so be process cashew no wo ho no. Tax also mutua no ya wevu.
Oh, okay, in Cote d'Ivoire.
In Cote d'Ivoire. Is that what I say? Esan say omo be processing afa mrantie ne mabawa adwuma no. As at the time omo make asa no afa nipa 1,600. They say omo processing
in the whole moment attractive for them.
Enti omo be hwe say yen so cashew ni bi wo ha.
Yes.
Na cashew no ni ma wo sem wo mkra no say ye ya na atero nko ana akuafo no ton apple no. Ya to twene.
Eno so ya de fofo.
Eno so ya wine papa je say eno kra wine no board ne. Anti ga farmer no oton nut ni bi a apple no so benya bi bia dey afrim. Ya de turi nyina agu. Ba omo ba omo to ni mienu nyina. Omo fa nipa adwuma. Enjo omo hwe ha say ya so package ben ye wa. Ye betimi di ama wo mo saafo no so aye dey aba. Enam de omo go through your 24-hour economy policies any free zones there my wo ho any other nyam say oh a good idea and the omo ye proposal aba no mo hu kwa be fa so a omo so betu aba dey abeka ho bi and say yet me roll out 24-hour economy
the policy incentives e wo
na ye dey Exim Bank no support wonu say Exim Bank no and na do mo dey ye 1D1F
sure
anamwa
yes na eka ho
anu na deal with it
na main into you other private banks so about it was main I agree. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, say UMB ni GCB so
yes, but you know, Exim no. Who say Exim no dey? Duties na etwetwa no. By law, ye say ye fa bi nko Exim.
Yes.
Enti wo de niam ba na otwa duty bi akakra ye dey. Ekọ. Say be dey support processing.
Yes.
Any manufacturers no na yetimi increase your export earnings. Anything ye ye.
Yes.
Enti say no wo ho. Na obi wo company. Oba fa nipa na adwuma. Oba add value. Ama Ghana man yetimi agina ne naso near the biso nasana I think say is in order.
It's in order, sure.
And it's a good policy a de adwuma beba. But the e catch Ghana for nya say this budget I inform Ghana for say emra bi wo ho a ese say yesesa emra no. Yesesa emra na ye de policy na be dey ebe ya na obi ahu say enti we ye this year budget o. Sani ma we nyina happen this year. Enti ba e loss a ye be say yesesa ni nyina no. Yes, state
ma listening.
You listening nyina as our loss nyina so ye dey ewom.
Very well.
Afei what can be say
your friend is saying
apprenticeship
national apprenticeship program.
Good. Obi nye nyina na betu aya aban adwuma. No obi can say obi me say obi can say atofo or guta bag say ene ye Ghana made enso suit no. Why na chese suit nye pam Ghana ha?
Ye pam bi o Ghana ha.
Obi
yes.
Why na say yempam suit to Ghana ha? me wo crash bi was painters me wo pam suit no me say onya sure say de okoto no ha bi na de abra mi ana ye won sa no dwuma no ha de no omo pam no sa o enso omo so bi hye sutra enka say o hye suit na anti ya go akoto na bruchire obi me bo aka no kore
oh that's true say Ghana ha minimum bi opam honorable at force and suit
yes
wapam bi kra ma da bondana
yes bondana
solid
na no crowd people me na no your we ni nampa
oh yeah minimum madam
enti say obi ti say akopam suit na say e finance minister who so she say ade ti no ko suit and your suit there yakoto from bruchire na aba there be enye sa na tie enti o ma wo sansa no dwuma eho enimdie no also omo so nya adwuma ye dey eye enye nyina na eko school obi so unim UK ye pa UK for apprenticeship program no it is the best in the world onu say UK ubetumi akoye law one ko class me apprenticeship sa dia lawyer ko di asem
yeah
Sagana how some benefit bi ko ye bi
bebre
so dia say enta na bi no am say we ko ye laws oni class based oni apprenticeship law enti ho mo ye ni nyina apprenticeship enu bi ne de ba national apprenticeship program they can say so obi won sa no dwuma bi akran no so besua adepam oso besua etreye obeye mason obeye carpenter electrician or your plumber say also wo ye infrastructural development sankofo ya na no obeye dey ebeye adwuma no enti wo mo sa nim de na ade no munya adwuma nye dey enye enti yefo mo nko training ni mu na ye mo sa adisua no musu adwuma no omunya ho certificate in krata aban say ye be sit down kese we ha obi ne de contract na ma no o say electrician be ye we ma me from ba be ye we ma me omunya anya adwuma nye this is how I bet you actually on mine no
yeah but no more critics aka say it's nothing new really because YEA and Akofie Japan immediate past CEO no na omoye saade
ye time crowd there 2015 2016
na moye
na ye bi so na asaso ze na yenim
nothing new under the sun
obi chire me
na aka
e dey na yenim he cat ya na ko fo twa nyina ye na twa jai ana wa
no
o ye kwa me kroma hom dress ya no me ne dey so ne man bebre wa obi se nyanu enye new na mom sa do wadwe besi so aye ne yie no it's most important any ade here and loka se nyanu ntimo obi anya bi wa na send this year MPP so ma beto aso bi
yes
but still problem no ye dey e wo ho what's it we solve are you saying say my Iranian solve problem na and what we are saying is say mrantia ne maba wa na sabe wo mo so ant mi anko suku anko mani no wo mo so ye nkofo ebetumi aye adwuma ama oman so aye dey enyini enti wo mo so nya avenue a o metumi de sua bibi no manya bibi adidi ho e de abo mbra enti wo no obenya adwuma so na ase we ma na adwuma
in the national apprenticeship program no aban agency be na mode ema any IP na be ya na
ada wo yaka pa America na
oh that be sir and I know Eric say any IP wo ho omunya asa enya ba because of what
emrantia baba no yes obetu ayer kama
this is something they can do
obetu ayer kama
why ye also
can do omo share finance ase ana
omo share finance ase in part and omo share new youth ministry
so youth ministry no we be on back no why you nyina kama and enye problem
but the other thing I'm person will clarify I don't know so what's our information there on women's development bank
yes
the argument has been say based on Bank of Ghana requirements no minimum capital requirement for setting up a bank is 400 million a seed capital of 51.3 million for women's development bank and the Yebusa said will it be a universal bank for which reason I will be here 400 million Ghana cedis as minimum capital requirement.
I think you started in kakra.
Yes.
But minimum capital requirement, go out here now I dialogue no. So follow how to say Asiama can once governor.
Okay. So on be review ana.
Okay. So what here? What's it? So minimum capital never be was here na ye ni ye na eba kama sebe ya ebe bo banks ni na into be here na Western line ni na kama. But what we are saying is ye buta ye maame na owodwom ho no oton ade kakra no sebe obenya capacity na watimi apaja na adwuma nimu
yes
because okọ bank so okoje bosia no okọ ya interest nam 20% 30% enti waje a ontimi ntua that be a pressure than so. O come be say a man no why you say opportunities e bow.
Yes.
Na you say am say company man boss yan won no na de won timi ntwa na o dwane because your interest any ade a wona bebre o mu ntimi nya dai entua ti be say create opportunity a o benya boss yan ensi hu no ya bi kra ho ensi hu ni ho na mana san control system nti o matumi guide wo mo a church wo mo na onwuma na tumi aye dai agina so ho na ye sha ase no wodwin pagya no kakraka bebre ye sha ase kakra ebedu nesia enko de third year no na fe aye bank kese brane a afa gina ho a won say yes bank brane na ye dai egina ho won say se waka say wo start no atransa
yes
sika nkasa kra wodi betie no ebe ye kese a chen de obenya de akọ efom ho aboa enipa no enti ye focus eye de ebetimi de akọ fom ho sesi a na ya ye no nkakra
but that would mean say ebe ye another maslock
anya maslock de enti anya maslock ne say un say maslock na kenye ademone by the way ye maslock no entimi achieve ne purpose no now ye pese sa women development bank we e call form to market na a man no cry a day e won so agency kakra wo ho e man no wo office o mu ni man no wo ha nti o mu de ma wo mo a o betu a monitor wo mo a follow up ne ade kama but what must say and this year yet me committee 51 million Ghana cedis na say enya sika be kwa ni popo na ye 10,000 kra eni pa bebre pa o say they make what you say obi su kra here 2,000 obi here 2,005 in fact minimum me bia me ma no 2,005 no de koto broni wa woni bi broni was Haruna yes Haruna me deputy minister now see between to 2 bills winim waton one dey see 3-bedroom house
wow
and wato TV and the TV no man ba na twere ho kofia fifa na aye o se me din no
odin
no me na maye
o man say 3-bedroom
yes enti obi wetumi aya ma aye dey aye yi enti na yakasa ne man bebre ho ma ya na bi no fa no kakraka obi me ye minister wo one of the regions I mean can story which no obi ba my office me obi ya me tatie man for obi aba me nya daje na me tie na sama e bi san say den na ba osinka obepe 100 Ghana na odi akoton kusua sebe a oben kakra no nya ebi adi so we time akonyo say 100 Ghana me ne check ya that time no be pian to kusua be 4 crates
wow
obi ready ope o ma just what they say
yes
na say na 100 Ghana dey say o kaso odi adakokra be diri nyina me wo 500 wo ha na eje obi osome na nyina adamase etua ma no 500 Ghana akoton kusua na me wo hoda kra osukusua be kreti 9 odam say hey 500 akoton kusua na say ne me kwa me ku company no and am someone's got say onye nkona onko na dwuma so ye woni pani bi wo ho a de omo pay kakra say ba obenya adwuma kakra na odidi ho na ya na mo yampanifo mo teten kan na mo hunu akase ni no sika we nye sika ma ba ye members of parliament they won kra no na hunu nipa no entirety bebrebe no na hunu the way a nipa bre ne niam nipa no ye dey ehwehwe enti we no ebekọ achiri pa na you started to say no e indication say ye kon ye develop ko obi so bra ye mo na twanzo yes is senye say ne tie sa unya nkwala bring picture be a uze nyame ya de pa o na me coffee ma mi bi ya de bi kire obi because every day we say eh ewiase me first year me ba parliament 2005 and na ombeja me parliament ye twa picture na mi kakra na ma me ko fa ba cha me say me suit of the parliament so at that time it was the best suit o na me heard them say hey and then you come hit social media
where is Obi which law prohibits 24-hour work? The job requires 3 shifts which 8 hours okay, for 3 shifts, and nobody is going to work for 12 hours, which require the law. Okay, but I think the essential point is
law say 8
hours.
And
most say 133. In the year change be.
When you say obi wo ha, obetumi aye 8 wo ha. Akoye bi wo ha so.
So for brochures.
Eno ne yaka say wo se samra no say yetumi ye adwuma no 24 hours ni na yetumi aye adwuma say ya emra no nchiri wo bia.
Okay. To obetuma bo 8 bi wo ha
akobo bi wo ha say na asembi anya den. Any honor.
Very well. Ekosiisen Suni, a higher Asempa FM. Yaba will now take some time now for delving into the Agric sector and some of the policies are promise in this budget. Oh, largely
it's a budget. Say, Opasa would say Obiasia. I said, you're teacher ni, much rather. Wako krasu na boza kraba ku de onhwe hokra teacher ni a onim nkwala ho nyanza no on ho be fa ba krasu okobosa akwala.
Yes,
ba sa onim nipa ho nimde na onya wotre fra akwala no se bra e de na ha na wutie na sem a obo so nyo no a enti se obi ya budget na onya background sa de media ma on neyi a obo so anya na de omo yi na ntiase ye dey and that is why I asudie say yeba mo ncha na use mo fidie na ye chechim no obi aye dey.
I think one thing I was say mema okwan na address would be Jedifo at 8 who were expecting something at the port.
Okay.
You know, say at least duties near the born ebeba from many Guta president akasa many association of food and beverages for akasa. Almost that was their only disappointment. So man should until be from the port. Remember crime way is answer and the answer no syntax tank some infant too many metie for say any say uwe busua bi a wo pese otobi bi e de chewon a syntax tank Oto de chair busuya, one more na chedia for a lifetime. Now we know ma a whole family access to clean water. Syntax tank a tough, a sign strong. Ain't a tank I free so crash for my empire. You know, into bomodin say ubetimi atobi dia chair busuya bi. Oye busuya so na wutie me oye entrepreneur o office oye papa o fie na insio mo problem a person text tank ekosi fie na mun store mun nsio no mo use no nkakra the only tank wo inner white layer into wo hwe tank ni mu wo hu se fin wa ase a wo be hu sa ase ye clean nso a wo be hu into ye boa papa o pe bi ato 0244 335 168 na yemre obi bia wo Ghana he bia no wonsa ebetimi akabi. The next time you are flying out of Accra, why don't you fly better with Emirates? Intia bia unshare da Emfro Emirates Airlines da what ba unfu bi da me pa chew. The next time you are traveling out of Ghana, try Emirates. So usika kra enso business class. If Emirates and Kwana flight a bag and first class, and there's a cry and so first class, and so business class, and so economy plus and economy premium. Not a best economy, a winning problem. Even in Emirates economy, you can enjoy endless entertainment on board with up to 6,500 channels to choose from. You heard me right, 6,500 channels. Obeshesa, Oda. Now sorry, no washibi, no wada. You sit back, relax, and watch the latest Hollywood and Bollywood blockbusters. Yamao comedy box sets, Yamao even live sports on board. You know, into Unem 40,000 feet above sea level. Now we'll share Barcelona and Real Madrid. You can even stay connected with onboard Wi-Fi. Unyano airline BMO, I just say Emirates. In the OT economy, into you are connected onto Wi-Fi. Now we'll browse it. You are chatting with your friends, sharing holiday selfies from 40,000 feet above sea level, and you get so much more in Emirates economy. Enjoy more convenience and flexibility to over 140 destinations around the world within the Emirates global network. Find out more at emirates.com. Emirates.com, and you know which airline to use the next time you are traveling out of Accra. Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG, almost the PAPS aba. PAPS no Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. The Omo Kenyan answer with this system, no, you can make or receive payment in your home country's currency. And within Africa, ebi our business partners for Nigeria, ebi o Kenya, ebi o South Africa. Na my business wa ma oni o mebi ama wutua ne car. Ubetime tua ne car wo cedis mu o Ghana. Na ne nsa aka no naira in Nigeria. Once a wutua on this Pan-African Payments and Settlement System platform na. So no so tua wo ka from Nigeria, obetime tua ne ka o ka e wo naira mu o Nigeria. Na wo nsa aka no cedis mu e Ghana. It's a beautiful system. I am intra-African trade. Very easy, very seamless, very convenient. In the way no longer halabia Pan-African Payment and Settlement Systems and CBG Akofa Aba. Into almost say, if you want to enjoy from this system, please visit any of their branches nationwide and enjoy the service. For inquiries, call them on 0302 216 000, 0302 216 000, and I send them an email. Talk to us at cbg.com.gh. Talk to us at cbg.com.gh. And on social media, you can reach out to them: Facebook, Instagram, and X. T&C Supply, CBG. We stand with you. Omo Boejuma, one of the local banks. Dear pa, Blue Star Lotto, a private lottery company. Ghana. Na omo games ahodo mienu. The Blue Star Diamond and a Blue Star Gold. Now when omo machine about with POS and a printer. They assign the phones. I can do to me chama with phones. So they are printing with ticket. The amount come. In this how machines we or match machines na mo agent na me try LMCs no or match ama na LMCs so the omo say omo pay retailers within community no mo no at machines the amount retailers no in the retailers in the betcha omo is stake games no, and how to stake it near very simple on that same machine no. Any of their retailers will be to me no mucha ediamo either the Blue Star 590 Diamond and our Gold games no ombecha ediamo omucha na oma print it into amudu ticket never print ama wo hwa sa ticket no ade be kwa claim your price uwinia and uwinia go back to that same retailer e ho na obetua wo kama way no long things be a Blue Star Lotto. Brutal, Canada. You can also stake from their website and I'll download the NLABS app from our website, bluestarlotto.com. Na wetimi edi echa. Se uhu ye machines ni bia na ayera enamba bi na ofa edi brain ewo North Industrial Area. Ye beche wade kama. Monso a moye interested se money Blue Star Lotto be di djuma as a retailer, as an LMC and what have you. Me pachel free numbers we Blue Star Lotto se bra na omunewo eni juma 0308 040 025 your number back no 0308 040 025 ene yewo 0201 670 695 0201 670 695 na uni Blue Star Lotto into me any enkomo amanfo nso wini pa Blue Star Lotto and you say win big every day. It's a daily thing go for wini brutal me ba to mo pese mo bie mo start mo business bi na business how pese wo start na e wo say unya nneoma ne edi free amanone ba wo ne bia make say passport crown wo ni bi and sika crown wo de be etwa flight ticket akwa Bruce akwa China akwa Turkey akwa US akwa Dubai akwa UK akwa fanioma na ba no unibi uwo Ghana ha uni ha company bi aba your friend MNC Logistics and Supply Limited. MNC Logistics and Supply Limited. You know say they would be your logistics partner. Now, oma supply, procurement, import, export needs in number supply at the amount. It is a general goods, product, specific products being open equipment bi na wo pɛ aton e de ujuma o de etna Ghana ha give them the order ombe import it a supply the amount kama into omono they procure general goods product and equipment for you at very competitive rate from across the globe. In open your money from US, open your money from Turkey, Dubai, China, MNC Logistics and Supply Limited. Ebe supply the amount. Kama. Ebanswa time on besha so mo de beba no sa time na no mo de abrel. And a product beba no they will be in optimal condition. Nye product beba na ewo latent defect bi ne ade akoye mansotwe wo court ne sa ne madabi omo de nente sa nyoma ne beba no optimal condition papa bi from sisia 0302 551918 0302 551918 MNC Logistics guaranteed satisfaction. This year so no DSTV tremo was a feeding na step up. It's about showing up into your monsoon show up the omo can say we a DSTV customer na ebia wo family channel no na also who upgrade eba compactor DSTV would upgrade you to compact plus no way you to compact plus for 1 month free into who compact now upgrade you compact plus DSTV bema washe premium 1 month for free. That's what DSTV is doing for you this year. And for every package I also know, just upgrade to another level. Now you an even bigger package. Now free for 1 month. There is nothing better than putting in a little but getting a lot out. But that's what DSTV is promising you this year. And it's all say who upgrade here, just dial star 759 hash. Star 759 hash na upgrade. And terms and conditions apply. DSTV, your home of entertainment. Ekosiisen Soni, a higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Many Honorable Minister in charge of Food and Agriculture, the Honorable Eric Opoku, and aiding come. Check with your time, 28 minutes after 5. Mama so I'll get back to him na afi question me busa ya ansa na ye ko break no wa hwe eyi ano about lots and lots of messages already coming through lots and lots of messages. In fact we say Obi, I am surprised the minister is talking about a tax waiver incentive that has attracted a cashew company to Ivory Coast. But he and the NDC vehemently kicked against tax waivers for some 1F companies in 2024. Obi let him know that every budget has been good on paper, but the implementation is the problem. So let's see the effect by the end of December 2025. Richard Techimenson, or a MPP Central Regional Secretary. Yes.
MPP Regional Secretary. The message of the brain, why are they?
Okay.
The message me huna hudu mienu. Number 1, or can say NDC time.
Yes.
Or can waiver say, Yema waiver say,
Mosamon penny for 1D1
and at the end of the same case. Process agro processing company.
And your waiver, baby.
When you waiver, you have a waiver, or might be a grower. Or can say waiver anymore.
Yes.
In some countries, who export raw material. Utria task here a change the all photo process commodities because of the benefits. And you use tax at the engineer system no so we have maximize benefits. Now they are not all no na ya abuse waivers
waiver system no
na ya abuse no because we sika na ya dey call waiver mu obi be say we hire waiver bebre say na ye wesi no we to say look ye wakwansi ye ni nyina na so nya ni nyina na ye dey e fata ye nya strategic ones a ebeboa yen ama nwuma no aye dey aba abeboa me ama yi na wa say me koje bosia e bi a 6 billion 600 million abe say na ma provide waiver nkwan so 650 million na ade hu say ade a wo yi na we va crowd your demand there no ko pese hwe kopere and ya chire boy enti se enyina yusuru ye ne boy don't forget say you know man bi aye dey e ka ho then osaka say budget bi aye good on paper eno kire say wagi atum say paper e dey okay kan buy budget near dey e good eno nkwampo enough or say the aka implementation yes enti on hwen na you implement budget no for 1 year na you miss ho asem very so just but you see and before ya dey pa obi e wo den ho me ya akokodro kra o mo de kasa budget ho a o mo akokodro pa oh adan and so mo tire mo majam a good a strong economy which has been confirmed by the statistical service. A strong economy 5.7% growth mo mo in 2016 3.4%. Obi ohun sa ne ma we ena ya na dey mislead your populace adan growth no yes enya growth paper so 5.7%. Yes, that economy now was enya growth 5.7 and you declare the junk ball so economy sa economy no would be fa nyina kwasi broni bia krom sa opagosi enya bi mada sa economy no wa wo krom ha wo de kire Ghana ni a o ye investor make investor the ote investment ase say hweme man Ghana yi ho na bombo si ahwa ni sika ma sa economy na was say enya growth 5.7% no unemployment rate and then 15%. Sa economy no economy need the come on twin tria mo tu bia he nanim say enkwala mo wa kire munyina mo matua. So what is the significance of that growth? Yeah, but one of the critical indicators I will share in every economic discussion GDP growth. Very critical. They've already told you say economy nankasa na grow to 1.2 trillion. And only problem African nyina yenya. Yes. So yes. Oko growth na ye kan cross economics for GDP growth na. Omo chiro say eno nya enough for dey measure the welfare of society. Because apart from growth no, I also share the distribution of the growth. Yes. The impact on the lives of the people. And Africa Center for Economic Transformation. Yes. Omo develop what you say. Growth no ye growth there was say growth with depth. DEPTH. Okay. And you can say growth I mu do. And the depth never depth no. Or the DNG now say I was say growth no you hunu diversification of industries. So now you increase your export, you know. So just you know, pin you increase in productivity. You can't increase in production. And different from increase in productivity. Production, no, we are looking at quantities that you produce. Yes. And the productivity, no, you look at the efficiency of the resources now. You commit into production. Yes. I feel yes, technology. You use here in production. So Tino and H no yashwe human well-being. Ema ene nkwada sa the growth na buy no. And how did it affect them? These are some of the things. Enti se meme wo the economy see me ho. 2016 economy no. What's the growth here 3.4. Good. Sa economy na GDP growth here 3.4. What the ever say eno ano 3.4. Sa economy we na economy a ewo buffers. Ya was sinking fund and escadem obi true of us. True. I had a argument. True. When you saw the chapter, I will be my uncle. To me, baby, prepare me new years here. True. Now you was sinking fund. Nesicadem. Now you get fund that young fan Kojabosia, you collateralize. Anamewa. Now you energy sector levies. Ya pass here, ya the tax out to petroleum products. So, every year, a bit more money close to 3 billion Ghana cedis. Now you collateralize. A scar. Aban benya e dia ya adwuma obi meboa. Yes. Na ya cocoa production na ya 969,000 tons of cocoa. Na ya collateralize emu almost 600,000. Dia kan nyina na ya collateralize ya cocoa new government ne be mu a obetu cocoa atowaje huska. Na sa economy no grow 3.4%. Na economy ne ka wode no 122 billion Ghana cedis. yes sika car na that economy ni so buffers ni nyina ho 8 years abafo for buy no sa buffers ni nyina sika bofoto about to ni nyina no what deplete ni nyina ama second fan sika nam Asempa FA asa the tax yenya ma get fan no what the akwaji busia through that PLC ama get fan no fa akodikam wasa the energy sector levies akwaji busia ma no so akodikam wonu se be free come 2035 sanye DDP ya debt collateralization ya Ghana maya faka ni nyina kanu so better come sa up to 2035 wasa jebusia ma Ghana card 741 billion no catch you say was afenso ya sa koye I'm a program for afedie ya de kai ntwintu atutu ya kan bi ahya nim say obi ma mema wa wutie mema enyino ma betua na ya catch you say paper so ya 5.7 growth enti growth no eren ewen where is that growth
Ekosiisen insurity obo yamra mehwe
waja inflation nioma bo okosoro sa waja oduane bo denden wa bra ye tab na aduane bo na 8-9%.
Yeah,
obi
let's
obi bacho
my dealing with
sad him mama him
okay
na ye work class no da me na say atrani mo ansa no atra so obi wa economy we mienu a wa aka no kure
set your foot they will be the right people to judge and after the budget presentation I think the former finance minister Mohammed Amin Anta,
yes,
in an interview with the media said betting tax na by a year free as a nye ade who be because omumpo no betting tax no they buy and they didn't implement it.
Hey, Obi,
meba
yo
and I was going to make our say what I knew then was say omu echa on lotto. Ain't yemva the NLA for product even a ucha and on that betting tax did not apply but betting companies the end it actually applied and I said so based on interviewer yene samia ukuye then who's no NLA
yes
and obeka say for lottery for ne die ucha did not apply 10% ba bet way ne my bet ne way for ne die it applied argument ne cost no samia uku issue a short statement, but let me read it and then I'll come to you.
Okay.
Na Majuwe. Okay. Or say on the so-called abolition of 10% tax on lottery wins. After listening to today's budget presentation by the finance minister, I couldn't help but notice a rather misleading claim that the government has abolished the 10% lottery tax on winnings. But let's be honest, how do you abolish a tax that was never implemented? For the record, under the previous NPP administration, we engaged extensively with stakeholders, including the then finance minister and Honorable Amin Adam and the GRA after the announcement of the proposed 10% tax on lottery wins, and recognized early on that taxing lottery winnings would be problematic. It would have been difficult to administer, cripple the lottery sector, unfair to players, and ultimately more harmful than beneficial. That is why the tax was never implemented nor enforced. So let's call it what it is. This isn't an abolition, but rather a convenient attempt to score political point. The truth is, the NPP government had already made the decision not to burden Ghanaians with this tax because we understood its impact. Also, it's important to clarify that lottery and betting are not the same. The National Lottery Authority is under the Ministry of Finance, while betting is regulated by the Gaming Commission under the Ministry of the Interior. This distinction matters, yet it's often ignored for political convenience. Honorable Amin Adam won't be wrong to say the betting tax was never collected anyway, since the Finance Minister, Honorable Atoforsen, also referred to the 10% on lottery wins as betting tax. So if that's what the finance minister refers to as betting tax, then it was never implemented, even though passed in 2023. Ghanaians deserve honesty, not spin. Policies should be about real impact, not just headlines. Let's focus on the issues that truly affect livelihoods. And apparently, Sawosha budget statement, now paragraph 141, the finance minister we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winnings from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. And I think I want a day confusion with okay, say me.
Obi.
Yes.
Ansana obeye tax bi amra no. Odi ka de budget.
Okay.
The area man people don't budget buy no.
Yes.
And on be announce so tax we. And you catch them say emwa. And on say beboa ye nimu hwe. Omo na nim de ye. E beboa pa. And on ko akire sa de mra no baaye.
Okay.
Sa betting tax no mra no e baaye.
Yes.
And you jitum sa mon ko mo na mo do so mo so betting tax mo ko mo tax. Ye de say nya mo so mo tax. And now ko na say afie de tax o de ko duru fie no. Said the can you do have a judgment. But say, Ghana. I am Ghana.
I am right.
In the channel, Obi Faso so you be also 9 years. Not many be so you be better taxa. Or Jenna or Tomra.
On Tomra.
And Tia buy number. Now, the end near seeing you. Ye free woman free or cop. And Yamra crasser will be a better. What is wrong with it? Now, there can so many was so many tax.
On lottery.
Okay, say. Almost so your campaign about me. I can't so
Obetra betting tax. Yes.
No, Betram, anyone who could him.
Because it was implemented on bet winnings into my bet for any way for any there was so. But I think Samuel Oku's distinction is a lottery for any.
Yes, the other two should be a chum.
But chum.
The other two should be a chum. Now, what not say?
A lottery.
Because you say, Mom Cassan, Sammy, Madame, for in fact, I have a lot of respect for him. Mon Casacasa Bibrisa. Sena enya eyadia e wo paper so Kenya djuma. Ka Dr. Mahmoud ba o mi anya simpie sa me ba
metwem.
Betting tax metwem. Sabe na Samuel Okudi na chi.
Yeah.
No mo campaign.
Yeah.
I know MPP flag bearer na. Wo mo akofo bearer so ba o bearer dey obetwem. Ye twem a o si ni ho ni twem. Na on dey na ko betwem no. After say wo.
But when you say maybe how the finance minister put it, say in the infant okay, say we would abolish 10% withholding tax on bet winnings, it settles. But we don't say on winnings from lottery. And on argument is say on lottery there was no betting tax. It is on betting, which is different from lottery. I think that's semantics. No. On even betting, MPP are buying.
And you're trouble.
And no more trouble.
The only no, the only buyer now. Home the judges
are out for complaining.
And run your trouble. You walk of Papa, your trouble was David.
No, it was the same law. In implementing it, no, they exempted it on lottery.
When him, I'm sure they will say. Sadly, we, yes. Membership will be that.
Yes.
When you say, Oko USA.
Yes.
Udi loto kasia pa. Uti atas kasia pa. You can hear the na. Udi loto ni adia. Uti atas pa.
Loto tax na. Omudi sports development.
Yes. Omudi na kasia pa. Eduba tiso bisma winning £1 million. Awa kwa jina disi kari kwa the tax no. Eson. Na di entia omoye na sa ne say. Omo system no. Health insurance, one of the best systems in the world.
Yes, the NHS.
Our transport system, one of the best in the world.
Yes.
Underground trains, any surface trains, and then for more buses, coaches near the idea. And to say we are here new, we are there will be a car and a so you are going to say oh private car, a luxury. Also theaters here there because systems no if I go pension cry card out the front bus free go pension go hospital free wo dan with team say rent here you tria bi ma ka kete say be ya pension be man wetu aye dey aye in the system no provide we nyina na ko twa no to di kasia also theaters kese that is the argument so what you say but in a part of the world no yes struggle adwuma cry dey obi be na edene Sabam kitikiti na obi kranya wodididie ne saade de no so na nkolai nya wo mo pere se nkombe nante bontene up and down wonya hwenye na o se yesi bibi de bet obi so ya wonya de 400 na se 400 no so na me kodidi ho sika na se de wuntimi nya bibi amani pa na so na wo ma no esofa saa enti right from the beginning ye ka kire o mo say it is not a good thing to do. Mama ya fire doing see job creation. Kwa me fa so ankora be nya nwuma aye den aye
But the counter argument is say and also say man lazy.
And
taxes ni bi wo ho a. O say
taxes me manager.
Oh, send the discouraging call.
And you can watch your money.
What can be
I mean, kind of credential. Say, ye ye saba yan kola me brebe nya adwuma ya obi ani obeye sa ade no ah obi enti hwan no peso be kofi na da bia asa ma me ka say be fa ko di asa no be be ma ben no pese won de kofi a na say obi atwetwe bia on de won tua bi no na ho sa akwa ami obi abeso ye responsible owo ne yire owo nkwala a otwehwe om kama de obi apenie na circumstance no enema nipa bebre ekọ sa ade ne manimu enti say ye system ni ya nipa na ate ho a onya the edge nya saa ne man kra ma enya dan enye yi ze de make what was here aha nti saa ne ma we bi na ye kan ti same we de idea say ba umya ka so betwam na ye twam
eno ana mo so
twam Asempa ni o
Asempa FM so ni honorable Harry Kopoku na mote ne nka no moma yentie we tew emra ye ba we deal with the other vexed matters especially port and Agric after this short break. Yeba sisia montreme. Just simami you know me sisia.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning,
Ghana Free Franco, esa the electrical appliances for washing machines, Asian women yopo, CCTV cameras, and need all clear. Abi you know that seba mobile phones, this are iPhones, Infinix, Nokia, Samsung, any the keka anyone says na Franco. In now binya the papa, ne border phone say Franco air conditioners, every 1.5, adequacy 2.5 horsepower, Samsung Franco TV, every 32, adequacy 85 inches. Franco, essential tabletop, double decker, any chest freezers, and change na mahoden kwa. Hisho Franco kwabata biye benwo. Name head office, Ewada Braka, one Roxy Cinema ne die nimre. Friend 0246 422 338 in a 055 5939 311. Franco electrical appliances papa.
Intimi kwami bampo penny market ya enye insuta na yesta bisa no antonso abobu esanse me packet ya miensape mini thank you emom do fo bia dum me wabombo sia se me nkope tank nto na din tank na meta min high Syntex tank din na echepa Syntex tank benzu ne kita warranty bebre Syntex tank na fisu uni my favorite color no tank ben bit na yama me Syntex tank obia se Syntex tank case close triple tank hwede atro eye SINTEX Syntex tank na eni na bebie Syntex tank eye strong eye tough.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it, you gon' enjoy it. In my chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank.
Keep promise.
Gold Coast Leadership Conversations, Building Leaders for the Nations. The University of Gold Coast presents Ghana's premier leadership series, bringing together top executives, policymakers, and diplomats for 2 transformative sessions this March at Gold Coast Hall, University of Gold Coast, formerly Accra Business School, Spintex Road, Accra. On Saturday, March 22nd, Sir Sam Jonah, former CEO of Anglo Gold Ashanti, will share strategies for corporate governance and sustainable business growth, equipping leaders with the tools to drive resilience and ethical leadership. Then, on Saturday, March 29th, the Honorable Shirley Ayoko-Botry, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, will explore how international partnerships can accelerate Ghana's economic development. This event is free and provides a unique opportunity to engage with industry pioneers, connect with peers, and gain real-world solutions to today's leadership challenges. Seats are limited. Register now at www.ugc.edu.gh/event or contact Charles Can at 026-050-0444. Media partners are Joy News, Joy 99.7 FM, Love FM, Adum 106.3 FM, Inshira FM, Joy Prime, Joy Online, Adum Online, Adum TV, Hits FM, and Asempa 94.7 FM. Gold Coast Leadership Conversations, March 2025, Building Leaders for the Nations.
UEFA Champions League na so register na so kinke babia ya do so dia final no play the usual suspects and a surprise be maternity when it's the headquarters of Ghana Sports Asempa 94.7 FM and our #1 radio station at 106.3 FM live commentary with the home ne was say wo fa match bia ho and na wo better and kasam ne say ya dey 12 at a sport or pub near you we warm up to the Asempa UCL Foundation Wednesday, 12th March, at the Infidina Bachimota 7, Wiggles Lounge and Restaurant, Atletico Madrid versus Real Madrid. Round of 16 second leg. Live commentary was a pep family at Dome FM. Premiersha, now favorite presenters in there, Baho. Kaya, I at 12th March, UEFA Champions League round of 16 second leg. I am Madrid derby. Why not qualify? Share our Wiggles Lounge and Restaurant at Chimota 7, 8 p.m.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi me se. And mommy confidence the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifit go so na mesre a. Eya wanwawa hu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste ene twitwi me se. Oba de ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Media magic Kel Chaco toothpaste atubu. Mi use na no pa. Ya na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi nama. Na me sita tito ni na guso.
Enkane no ani ama me num di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. E ma sinye fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. Mo wonum ye hwam. Enunti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA aje edwedi nkrato ya tomo.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM Ekosiisen On Asempa no asugusu a utie no ma yenamu nyina ase ne mama kwaba emfa momra Asempa FM so post budget review and discussions and make us say Agric Minister, the Honorable Eric Opoku is our guest on the show. Trying to understand details behind the highlighter and the Finance Minister representing to the Parliament of Ghana. There are 2 or 3 more questions. Also, my first port. Good of what say more. They expected to hear a bit more on port duties rationalization. Acquire duties be fast above from Oman Shadan Tibibisa Honorable.
I'm saying port duties no. Nyamienu no pe obi aka say enisra na oboa.
Okay.
I'm also so aka ho ma neoma bo no ekoso.
Okay.
Especially bra exchange rate no. Agena ho a oye bibia enye ye.
Yes.
And this first year on say you focus no I say number 1 you be concentrating on the exchange rate. And on say minister can say the establishment of the gold board any interventions are you dig gu akwan mu no ni sunsun so ne say ebema exchange rate no aba form
sure
say eno ba form a automatically the duties na twetwa bibire so be dey eba form because what the at the return dollar now we do an check rate now
yes
we betwa na say aye kakaka anyway then the can say you hear kwan be fast be consolidate sa taxes ni bibire ho a you betwa ayama also can say consolidation no e ho asem enti migiri say you be say you can bibire bubo bom ehwe say be ya be ma anioma mu aye mmere kakra say be ya obi a ode nioma e ba bia no betu abaka mana ayefo ama yenso a ebeto ewo memu no etimi ato ama ayeye but the ebe ma obi a say we cannot do this in a day when you untimi nye enioma ni nyina enti aban we ba akonwa so 7th January ena ene march mu ye de budget e de aba abonti menu say ye kwa enim no media review ni enema bibre beba ye beko ni following year no na enema na enima da ho kama sa enema ni nyina so ebetumi akofoma obi ahwan de obi se wubu oman a na oye obi a opese woye bibija oman no pa nya wadre ne se obeya de omanfo no be kire wo mo e se oba tan na oba yare na yesi kotokoro kwema no akwala awodo no krokwen so yem se enwono pa on fa ma no so o de o akwala no so nwu be so oba de obenum yesa oyire na adebe chena fi otiminu mana obobo na fi wani aje enti obi ya bia was better pills before recovery enti nya de ye pene even de ye sisi ye person ke ye de a chance but under the circumstances no ye be kono nkakra sana yetimi
very well the entry kwia juma and kwia for 8 year what is in this budget for them me pacho
obi de o man say ye mawi ade anyame de cheye kese pa ye kwedu itu go ne nyama nyina ba kwedu ade ye mu advantage a obi antimi ne ye mpre ye wa asase be de ye wo nsuo ye wo nipa betumi aye adwuma enti ye de komba de obi aha ye de nkedi kwa se kom ye de ede nanso ya tena hwa masese aduane e bedi no kra no ye se krado do ne nyina e de free amanone eba ena ma ye duane bo no so aye de aye dina ye gi ye ho a enye no enti nioma ye digu akwan so e ya hodo bebre so we statistical service report ba ye na nioma ma duane bo no ye de bi ye akwan a ye de ko ba bi dua enuane no enti emma o ma dua no kra wa kra se ho ba ye nya ka afama enti se kakra kra de betua ba e bo no ka iska ne ade no na ama ne bo na ye de aye kese enti the yeye share say ye ne agriculture any ministry of rules tenase na be bia ye dua ye nua na kase wo nkura ya na aloko a entima no ye senate sa rules ni na de ma minister for rules na federal rules department na sa rules no na ye fixe say be ya ye nua ni nyina betumi aye dey e de aba then again was say you drain me no more. Obi, feed Ghana no. Esa operation feed yourself.
Okay.
Yes, obia nyokua ni bi. Ya be say obi nya garden with the fee. Obi a wo Ghana ha, obi even lashibi kohwe anwani mu body de aye wo ho.
Wow.
Body obi di see ho audio bia ho no. Apema kese de body za dia say what? Baby audio bia be yi. Enti u fie bia wotimu bia no. Sabre ye nsuo toyi. Southern sector Ghana no, kwadwuma na start. Free Kumasi ko nyina ahafo bono ni ade sa hwi obi aduane duane central region ni ade nyina obi aduadua wo fie ba bia obi a no dua bi
okay
enti ye be launch feed Ghana campaign no an leg edika ne say Ghana ni ba bia so nya garden e wo fie
okay
the leg get us me no say I was a secondary school so one man mu a wa asase no obi atimi ye garden
school farm.
In fact, basic schools in primary JHS in I was a beat me school farm and as a school garden. Near man kitten, between your BI day, a film.
Okay.
See a young sir, school feeding, Opisa over Facebook. No more be a new but was a Biane and colony engineer. Say a naira who. By it me as I bet me a did come up. Ama Ubia one a day at all. And what you know, there was special programmer.
Yeah, no feed Ghana no abanye cheska for feed Ghana.
Yes.
There's allocation in the
allocation. Feed Ghana. Ene nkokon kete. Wa maya 1.5 billion Ghana cedis.
For the two projects.
Yes.
Ebeson.
Oh, and so cry ye de start ye de chassis.
Okay.
Say what was here?
Okay.
Enti feed Ghana ne nkokon kete no. Ye ne say feed Ghana no wo nine bebre medical can we ye pese de prisoners en so ba mu bi sa wa ko prisons da ko hweduane kro mu adi no ha obi ya na re nya ni pere nyina na di bone ansa no mko ho obi eye nkwanhia obi so ye ntwato so ba ko hweduane ani pama edi ne ho no omo da fa kwa no pa atu anwumre other jurisdictions ye omo ye adwuma ema omo ku adwuma no kra ba san nya mu sika enti safo ni nyina no I was say omutimi yekua ni bi so ma nya hwekura do munya bro ne de ya aduane mo mo adi no kokora kama say eboa oman no then you be said this assembly bi a wasase bi azo akọ into farming because mra mo kwan say omutimi generate revenue ye fi so betimi de kuadwuma so generate revenue ama yeyi enti wo district agricultural officers no ho no ohwe asase ya available no say aha tomato na betimi adua na ya support wo seed ya mo seed na ye pesa mo dua no na ya mo fertilizer wo so mo use no ya officers no mo technical know how no na ya produce then again ye hear say tomato pepper ni onion sa ni ma mi ensa ye import ye ntimi nu yaro ha na and the design special program my friend Yeridua and we
apart from feed Ghana
na bi no
another leg of feed Ghana.
Feed Ghana no. Yeridua vegetable project.
And they just vegetables.
Vegetables. Enti eno no ye de akuafo no ko areas on betumi aduadua na ye support them sa areas no mo dua. No mo dua wi a marketing no. Ye strategy ne say companies na a process no. Kasia BC temaha. Processing company kasia kra.
Tomato processing.
Yes. On the capacity no obetumi aye more than 60,000 tons onya tomato no obi so dua bi wa kontomra e won ma airport kwa onya obi obeto ama no so dua tomato na emfaso obi anim and then na the ore kase no onfa processing mini processing plant bi enkosi akontomra area ho onfa bi enkosi sahwibodi ebi enkosi microbes ankore na mu don tosi na o ma to no ho a na wa ye primary processing no not the guardian not the about main ayinimu send your beya the odua no ho no onu benya market ama ni mfudie na odua ye no yato ama na ho aye dey ato no afei yesan wo grains development project eno so ye feed Ghana na nan a ye de hwe grains
okay
onse importo mo pa
yes
onse importo aburo ni ade nyina sa niema ni nyina ye betumi adua wa ha enti ye encourage farmers no ye the seed e koma wo mo monyi seed na munua baby ohonma this year way ye be clear asase kese pa wo northern sector ni nyina ye be se enya 300,000 hectares
of rice this year ni nyina ye 1.5 billion Ghana cedis
eno ka we se ho kra
okay
eno a special project and the donors be ka ho ene ye koye sa project no in fact ye best start aye ye nioma na beto ye adwuma no kakra e bedru be on say northern sector no farming season no start wo May so into free May no kro no na say ya clear land na afa ekuafo no ebenya ba bi aduadua na yetimi aye no kama then again ye pese ma Ghana ha ye nuanom politicians a omo ofie nyina hu say ukokwa adwuma no ma e iska kese minim ye politicians ba ko a minim ni party ba ko ba we madam for pa o say moina okomu bi o ye rice ni bi o say me ye wie na package a enso to madwuma ye for na to ma me nya bi nko market
emo
no ye ba me hope bi ba me nya bi enti a very lucrative business a nipa bebre betimi de ho agimu ama ayeye na yetimi aye nso ama aye dai ayeye
enti no yes sia no you've engaged in the different moral situation why e was ye na ye kum but for me konenti I'm convinced honorable Rekopoko convince me pese me kodua mo pese me kodua bro pese me kodua body menya dai
enti se wo hia tractor na wo de ado woni scar beto tractor ni bi
yes
oba ministry ho a ye wo tractor cabro ketwa ni bi wo ho
okay
ban tua 60% of the cost aka just 40% enti uba eno ane se mehu se wafo no koye na wo ha na ya ma ye panifo na uzampa efo na wo koye ye be makrata na wakotua 40% no na wafa tractor ni bi na wo de akodo aye wadwuma enye tractor nko ane wo
eno na eye mechanized center na
mechanized center no ko se sia mechanized center no
munyanye
ya sha sia ye designs no
okay
enti ye nyam core field and core build
okay
by the meantime no ye was a mini cardboard tractors no ho a ubetun afa bi atobi e de akoye wadwuma in fact one more ye kokko adwuma no kran say ene cashew ni ade won afidi adigu afo no so a e kosoro no pumping machine no
yes
the motorized one na wo ya atimi kosoro ye woni nyina bi ho a wo ko market a ubenya no be 4,000 or 3,500 ba wo buy ho a na sa wo yekua nipa nya danse sa udi wo yekua no pa aba betua bia mo nya be 1,500 na wanya bi e de akoye wadwuma no ama ayeye
okay
cassava processing equipment ketwa bi a wo betun dia si ba bi a ye dua banche na wo to dia yam banche ni se ye benya bi ama wa ne bo fofofo
okay
a wo betun dia nya bi so aye wadwuma no seed no so no ni bebre ho aya no munya seed papa ni bi and was the obekọ akodua na aye basa eno so ye bepe bi ye wo seed ni bi wo se say ye wo modie na kakra ye chicheko areas a omodo mo ni nyina se be ya ye be statistics ombenya ebi aye ya sa approve budget ya wie ye be sa tobia ye be sa dia ka ho na fe ye fertilizer kakra nso aye den aka ho e dia mema won sa because say aduane bu aye nyina na ye ho aye den atoye
ade a nra wonim say me hostie minim if you are aware Legacy Crop Improvement Center a seed manufacturing company based in Ghana.
That's right.
Massive factory.
Yes.
Seed modern.
Yeah.
And your more question is if they would get a buying supporter, what they do there, no, and almost see it, almost they become Mali, they become Burkina Faso, near the solid, at least from the end of Katre, you know. It will be something so more government supporter. What kind of support don't be here? You know, into funding and I say a buying better almost seats, no almost waiting. Maybe you have to look at
seed, no.
Look at them. Yeah.
Seed, no. Nyamiani mnukreni, si ye bi wo memu akasia pa nka is the best. Because bi wo seed no, you import from South Africa. Na eno so ka ho ene ma ye import bill no na exchange rate no ye nya problems. And this situation pa ne say ye be ye seed ne ye dey e wa ha. Na won seed bia no ye test it. Enu say e seed ya ye de kwhye from ho a emfaso na ebenya no e be ye kese. And the akrachefo no e test your National Seed Council.
Okay.
CSIR ne ade nyina ho omo ye testing ni nyina maye na ehun se seed ni ye papa adenti na wo se koton ba bi wa rebetua ye bi wa me sa de me support bi da because ye ton ha ya sikan betra ha ya ebi ni aye wo mining sector na ye two gold bebe the whole Africa ye toss me ni defense gold mu nyina as ye ni hwe no so what does it this is the time I was say your domesticate and you want to be bright to me a day, a yen ha, Nema, and human was day, eba. See development now cry job creation avenue.
Huge one.
I bet you have many pan bibrenia and Jumaya.
Huge one.
And what can me as measure? Yeah. So almost so tia, Omram and Chani and I in sure. Now because on him, says a crown, so I say, if you are see no power, we the time you call just one for free, South Africa. Oba Konipan Bibre, where this way is yes in no so near will be ha. Papa. Yeah. Then I can help you go in there. It is so be as a hobby. When you know when you feed Ghana, it is the best for us. What market? In fact, Madame will be a family digo was a journalist was one of work. Me tea feed Ghana say let's have a crime media aboame. Yeah. Also on that the be the wife called Tomako or Tom Toes or Toway and also by Yaka Credo ni fee honor. Now the honor so cry no dika cement you a year when your baby or the and you talk of far black soil. And the big goo cement you know so to money take a crack okay and that would dry na you know I feel the mako or see on your cry on your big kitchen the beer you know the whole of the year one top mako baby I feel reduce so expenses kakaka and to do a beer on the ya account and I am a come so a day a day and to Ghana ni be participate now go on kitchen young go on kitchen get one and go on your project poultry sector no e collapse e hono so ye area ye betwe de nyuma millions of jobs abama Ghana for bebre anya biaye enti ye hwe no twofold first leg no ye ni ye pese wo mo a eye poultry farmers no ye bua mo build wo capacity no mutimi ye no more na nyesa wo ye no kekempo o ye wia me ya process enti mfidi a de betwitwa said you see a package the kama minina ye de omo fam enti ye wie say across the country your teams no higher registration no minim say be do next week the whole report beba na ye wie poultry for no you see recognize obia babia obia we dey anya party samo opeso building my am fa wa chi party ko yan kokko me anwa house we MPP we NDC ana ye nyina etumi ye no kama e no man no tin aye dey ayeyi enu achi no and you want to get na what to fear ya bra wa kokko ni bisa wo so je yan enyen wo fie no so because now no say o say yan no power no no mo yan kokko say da me kan yeah da no kan ha say omo che battle cages na de yan kokko no omo so mo che 10,000 ma omo be yan kokko omo ma kokko oh and you say kokko be wo battle cage na wo mu ni kokko e di ma request for silence no say ya famna na me hu wo mo nya battle cages no na ya mo mongo otherwise I'm the kwede say o say this say be ya ye betua ye na che say ahafo we will be kakra we will kakra di krobia so no ne ton we benya bi na ama de ton about tin bebrebe no akọ matobi eno hono ne minister of finance can be say yan ton ye ma ya no Ghana ha made in Ghana me wa obi on say o market na okodu Ghana dwom ha akra dwom na hu na akokọ free China na say boss na 12 cedis na hu de free Ghana na Ghana de na 10 ya say one have because any obato Ghana de na 12 China de na 10 why have because obato China de na 10 we wa ba wo to 10 na si esa 10 ni sika na utua ye no enka adwuma be create wo Ghana na wa ko create wo China yes enti say wo to China de na Ghana de no what this come China ban some from creating nyuma wo chrome na wo man on nanom de omunya adwuma nye ba ye wi ade de sobora be bo aban ko say aban na ama adwuma nye consumption wo expenditure bia wo inka bia no say wonim oman ni ye dia o say create adwuma wo hase enti yam fan to ye trim say nyoma na ye to na yes yaso so ye to amano ne de dodo no ye ka ho ana ma nyuma na nye den Asempa FM ko ye to ye de no mo a yan ko fon benya skadia bam ama nifa bibra ye bi ama nyuma no so aye dey ados ama ye wow those are great policies for Agric sector no in some
way more highlight of Neoma mobile this year.
Yeah, and you can farmer service centers no. And no the area say you identify say agricultural district biano also nya farmer service and farmer service center. Ehɔ no the area say you create center no the equipment go ho. Your tractors or combine harvesters. Neoma be here you mfudie ni nyina yebenya bi ho.
Yes.
You the seed ni meba ho. You the fertilizer ni meba ho. Ehɔ na no you be maintenance unit. As mfidie ni bi say ya ye fa nipa ni bi adwuma tire wo ma hamne be service mfidie no ho ba bia wo ni irrigation bebre no ye de ayi be ko ho we no water pumping machines na ye de extension officers ni bi so ko ho a omo motorbikes etete so in the center ho no bibia farmer ni hia bia no munya ko center ho a monsabeka wo be pia presi call say wo hia extension officers omo ye mobile omo motorbikes a on be pass see a abeboa ma bibia ye dey aye adwuma.
Okay, that's the farmer service centers. And no you will start it this year.
In fact ya call ye the team call Afram Plains Afram Plains south and north.
Okay,
ya call Sisala west and east. Ya call other areas bia ye studies no na omo ye design no ama ye wie design na o say afidi ya advertise na yeko form koye ekosisi sa adan no esi hono nti ya ye ehun adwuma kakra na say your problem pa your irrigation on say last year a payment man ho so wo esrim no affect ye pa affect ye seriously na agriculture bia wo dan ewiemu de wonu say ewiemu nya wanya problem nti o say ya dwene no dodo ni nyina ko irrigation so
but no is there an allocation for irrigation?
In fact, your projects kakra wo ho a eye donor support wa ye de ye sa irrigation projects no na budget so o ma something for keepers.
Okay,
and the keepers no ye na be
ministry ni keepers
yeah, capital investment.
Sure.
Yes, you feel say the biggest capital here is this year irrigation projects. And this is no call hon ma aduane anke dua no once in a year no you will try no twice or thrice.
Okay,
there's a time bia no etimi aboa won say makọ Brazil pen.
Oh,
as a ranking member me call Brazil ko here said you see edua cocoa na irrigation pipes nam cocoa na se ya ne nam asiesa anti tambia no moti cocoa.
Wow,
tambia
simple technology na na kra the irrigation you say kase bi ne ye no ye twi two borehole say na mechanize.
Yeah,
e bi so am power am twinsuo from a normal drip ye dey atotum sa na ekọ ba bia nsuo no na ekọ mo betoa one village one dam project na so one village one dam say anye yie no ato aso mo be ye ni yie me say anye yie no ato aso na ma menka no kranche one village bia ntimi nya one dam ma ni yie ye nye dam wa bra nsuo ni ho na akọ say village a oni nsuo a wo be da wo so ma commander e be yi omo ye their friend dugout no ano so utu no say abura no na nsuo no watu anya enti say enye ba bia nsuo wo pia asrem de omo ye no e penisi bebra na nsuo na ye den awewe enti o say your investment ko strategic areas a ye fi say ubenya nsuo e de aye irrigation no ba bia utu a water table no ya ubenya nsuo no atwe no mo wo de call hormone entry anya impact na wo ye dey wo pe no aha nti ye focus no sa na wo say Madam Fobaku ye executive director ma the economic zones chamber. Yeah. When they say the world is moving away from free zones to economic zones. In Ghana, Hano, economic zones chamber, no, they are doing a fantastic work. Say, Obi, we have 3 big tomato factories in 2 of our economic zones, Tema and Afienya. Yes. How is he linking to processing through these economic zones? We can feed through agro processing and cloth Ghana through textile manufacturing, and heal through pharmaceutical manufacturing. They should consider partnering with the economic zones. We can even mechanize with our steel factories. Excellent. And economic zones for maybe I have to set a meeting between Omo and then you look at Obi me from Brem we school bedroom ne. Me hu so bi kana sembia no ka Ghana be ye me ye we be ye no anka say ye be add value to your raw materials. I mean so you concept agrono die the whole world over cocoa production e toso mienu Gold is number 1 in
Gold
Africa,
is number 1.
Number 6 in the world.
Na yen the cocoa beans no. Akoma kwasi bro no their man industries. Na wa fa nipa adwuma no tuomoka. No dia ye chocolate no beton chocolate na my abode.
Asempa FM.
Na ye cocoa no ye nya ketewa bi na afrim. Na ye de ye cocoa no chocolate no ha ga enyi. Ya ye cocoa processing chocolate factory. Esitema ha. Our capacity obepia processing cocoa nko beans no 64,000 tons. Says why best 6,000. Onya beans ni bi. Na ye cocoa ni asono. Rosa ni akoton ni ajiska kitwa bi.
I don't know what's the new policy for that. Say obenya quota bi dia mo ana. Under you what will change?
So we come on our pharmacies.
Meteor.
In fact, obviously they make pharmacies. Enti me die me personal you say the president mama kano and no kwani the only way you bet me liberate Ghana from poverty.
Asempa
say you bet value addition. Enti economic zones for
yes.
Mesme pesa me no mbehia.
Okay.
Yan kan ya dwemum. Ne omo wo bia yan fa mom ne enye. Na yentimi ma value addition no ehia yen. Na ye yan sa akuafo na dua no bae no. Onim so ye your market. And now does it. Into obey dia ba.
It's true.
Obi unim say Africa ha nyina. Cocoa supply in the world. Yan kwa ye provide 70% and above. Raw beans.
The
whole Africa as a continent.
Okay.
Young quite
like African continent. Yes, that's true.
70%.
That's true.
But also global chocolate market now. And the value you're estimating around $119 trillion. African they own 1%. Also a scandal. It's a new man cause you generated hano. You generated one
Switzerland ne.
And I can possible ni nyansa no aka to say but Jimmy Sika na tu kokora de abreme. Huh?
Yeah.
O guys won nyansa.
Yeah.
She chocolate do omudi ne ho. So nti chocolate so anu no na ska wo. Cocoa powder, cocoa drink, sika kase na wo.
I see two things that was at least under you because of your ideological orientation.
Yes.
Number one, beans for cocoa processing company.
Yes.
And two, this whole thing I started in the early 90s, in fact, the late 80s about cocoa syndication. No? They be a kwaje bosia ba de beto cocoa no. It has to change. Me name the obetimi ayafa because
the cocoa
world is under you.
Oh, sir.
At least. Okay, for now under finance, but it's likely to come under you. I don't know.
So, but media me personal you say cocoa board problem I said the finance bill like mismanagement.
You think so?
And yes, I me think it.
That is what it
is.
But
I'll be able to debate this. Mismanagement. Me were facts. I'm not
FM.
I hear who come and who say your problem now. Say your committee and who see a better sector any year. Regardless of the Omaya Hobia within a short time. You bet me a change. Now one young one. Had your PBC. PBC go.
No. The decision to allow LBCs need to come in, no, and affect PBC na.
That be all. Also PBC no. A government of Ghana ne wo ne dia.
Yes.
Enti say you beto cocoa na dey za ban scanner.
Yes.
Now advance am almost a month seed money.
Good.
Motwa na mo dia ba.
Yes.
And the PBC time I say onya scan first onya na kama eto. Enti na na a talk as your Ghana.
Yes.
I feel the onya scan on top
because they are private sector players. They are LBCs.
Also LBC, PBC so LBC.
But I know you are buying there. Now, it is based on interest at play, no? Some for
companies. It's a make a say you say you will do any ya, you bet me any. I'm crank fast one benyanti, and you are buying there and say, and you are hey, Aseno. Says your CPT so a car meneno. Cocoa processing company. Also car meneno. As when Yabusian money me ya, already near a yechi. PBC. So now all mine na o mine company here adwuma nyina ye gu no a na so my ben here running. Sanya wo anko a wo de ade a ene aban de ne say. So my ben here running. Hwe ni pa ye adwuma wo nyina he no medidi. Omo yire no omuma. So another papa ba mo fi ne ka asem bi. Wono akwaje bank bo se bi adwuma. And one from Rantia, what I was a money money, we soon be a metriamoka, or triamoka 1,500. 1,500, Bronya Swan, or Mobia Coco, Mobia, Monia, the Ade, Monia Juma, Utia Sret in the Adamamo. Omoka was here, Yaviano. Omka, Omudi, dear Jumanimo, good. No, be now, Jajano, Sovia, now in Sovia, and now go. A great woman, if you also can win a dear, will be at you be a judgment. Why na ye wo mo enti ye we nyina na hia say your mindset no so ye dey ye ho adwuma na Ghana ni bia hu say sabe nya obi a odi aban ni bia na ba say obepe ononko ani ye di dodo na adwen so be ye bibia da chinchiri ma betumi anya ho fa so obi say bia me ka kiro aha eti last Saturday me ko ye me bra panyina ye sie me bra panyina noble man obi anwen so be wu ntentem say Oko. Yakase wo wasa efurukura ye shompabwa. Obi. Ompabwa okromo fa bi shewo.
Fa bi shewo.
Ne ade show crowd ko dey. Dia wo bia e be ja hokwa. Enti yen think about the impact legacy na e be ja no. And the president mama say he's in to make a big change. To make a big impact.
Yeah.
Enti budget we bibia wo budget no bia ya to yebo
na ma hye
and ya hye kama na ya hye based on the economic situation no na ya de hye kama enti ya nyina yenso na ye mfa nya adwuma nyame ya adom na ya de ye adwuma ababoa ama bibia so akokama na wo ka rose no won say rose na ka scan call no say Sunday big push no so aba
big push no enti na frankly ne busa say he would want to break that what big push no so ask can acquire there
infrastructure development
infrastructure
including roads so they say strategic roads are ehia say ye man yetimi ye na eboa ema ye economy ni timi gira no na big push na
the 13 billion Ghana cedis that's for well I remember say mumu to the idea first no President Mahama promised $10 billion
ni nyina $10 billion ye de ginam
and we
na ene ya ahokyere ni ade no ye start kakrai na ye koye nim no na ye hu hawa ye betimi ayama ye kama enti sane na ka bia na road bi ho ye critical pa e was ye fix na be push akoso na epia ama ye timi aye
but when all is said and done me bomb pa say nyame be ye wadom na ubenyo mampanyin ni madom na our Agric ministry all for the entire 4 years but after 4 years is about some meme jejewa Sisia as at last year, Ghana's Statistical Service data on the true Ghana's annual import tomatoes from Burkina Faso $100 million. Fish that be fish and put say new under our ministry, but your friend is saying poultry and meat $400 million 1 year. Tin tomatoes $1 billion. Rice $800 million. In fact, me hu ye kra na me ra ho. Ghana imported mangoes worth 96 million Ghana cedis from Burkina Faso in 2024 alone. The other startling one was Yamade. Yamade 2.69 billion Ghana cedis and they imported in 2024. Honorable. I think after 4 years, dear.
Now, unim. I
was a way near how fair. Yeah, free or crap at least.
Yes, I was here. Young women, me call your breeding stations. Me free. Ya catch for that as one baby for me.
Yeah.
Now me on now here and one.
Yes.
Papa will not more distribute to be. Nanka ewa. Your breeding stations need now pretty under 10% capacity. Facilities no. I'll meet me a ye bibia by. Si care about Tom wanna go around.
Ye maybe.
Baby cried the report Abraham say Benifoni be a chrome benifo be ja almost a cotton as I said dear in Nama here one aka baby the show the these are because I'm kotosa traditional council no mushia na me how I betimi I resolve ni nyina.
Yeah, because when all is said and done, we have to reduce
significantly.
The imported mango.
Nebi so pro.
Oh, tin tomatoes. Any tomato. Now Burkina Faso yetimi $100 million. Edma Burkina Faso for tomato.
Now also money bra.
Yeah.
A lot of money na ekom.
Yeah.
Enti area investment na ye be ye no.
I think around the cabinet table and so say who make a case. I mean say we kasa no we are convincing for they make the case for more investment.
No, say
after 4 years we should see drastic change.
Yes.
I mean a more $800 million a year. No.
No, that's
true.
Say it me.
That's true.
A year home free aduane import no ground will be
yeah, we should be okay. We should be okay. We should be okay. Yes, that's a pan. I mean, sure. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Check with your time. We've done 32 minutes after 6. Midin your sables. That was Honorable Erikopoku. We say Obi. Honorable Erikopoku Obie Nimsewa Ben. In the voice of Honorable Afenyo Markin. Hopefully, he's able to transform the Agric ministry so we can grow enough to feed the nation for the benefit of all. Alex Martinson, thank you. This one says, Obi. The minister's idea of proposing establishment of a symbiotic relationship between Agric and industrialization is the only viable solution to our unemployment status quo. AETA, Agric for Economic Transformation, Dr. Boachi Michael, or is it Wexner Medical Center, and Wexner Medical, I don't know if it's a German word. Medical Center with United States of America. Doc Boache Michael Yedase Papa Nyame Inshrow. Let me see. Ehaya Asempa FM Ekosiisen Jumedieno so eni. We say Obi I am Emmanuel Kwisikuma. Okay. Oh, lawyer, good evening to you. I hope Bibia Ekwe. Obi, the budget for 2025 fiscal year has really exposed John Mahama and the NDC. The Statistical Service has stated that the GDP growth for 2024 was 5.7%, which is far better than what the NDC left us in 2016. Obi, the seed capital requirement for starting a bank is 400 million. Okay, that point has been overflogged. The free SHS was financed from the revolving account, which the 345 million currently being allocated is not enough, and subsequently will lead to parents paying fees. And then 3.4 billion and million into Onela Mponsa. Maybe you might have to go back and check the figures in the budget. We say Obi, what about free private schools? Okay. That's one thing. I remember it's part of the promises that free SHS will be extended to private schools. Yeah. I don't know if the amount of 3.5 billion if we get fund more free SHS, so if it will cover, I think it's a question I was say Yetimi Ibusa. Thank you so much for that reminder. We say Obi. Okay. Asempa FM. So we say Obi. Good afternoon. It's Honorable Eric Opoku saying the Women's Bank is only for only women in the market. Okay, I said which banks are they going to have? Branches across the country. Okay, Honorable Ebenezer Ninanate. Yeah, that's it. Papa. Asempa FM so any I was say a shani edi jumedi ni nyina is lot and lot of your messages. By NTA way I'll come back